All right, folks, welcome back. It's been roughly another 3 months, so we have another module. I think this is like maybe the fifth or sixth module that I've done so far. As a little brief summary, right? I played Neverwinter for a very long time. Probably followed Neverwinter since its beginning, since the closed beta. I'm a casual player now. I play live service games as a form of meditation. So, um, lots of times I get on 20 minutes or 30 minutes a day, do some play, queue up randomly, and then brainstorm while I'm doing this stuff. Call it like if you were to watch something that you usually watch, right? To chill out. I think Neverwinter is a great chill out game for me. So in the vibe and atmosphere of casual play, I typically play these modules, complete the campaign, right? So I'm expecting a 10-week campaign for module 30. Something somewhat similar of Mountain of Flames. This is a returning area. I quite like this area. The last time I remember, especially with the idea of floating islands, it's a fantasy classic, right? And then you have sky pirates, and then stuff from down below, like the Dread Vault, now renamed Dread Sanctum, I think. We'll get into that. This is a casual playthrough, so I do not do test servers. This was loaded on, I think, maybe a week on test servers. We aren't doing the dungeon today. It looks like they are continuing the jump start, the 200 currency jump start 2-week things. That's something I don't do. This is casual play. And also, we're probably not going to go over gear or anything like that, like hyper focus on gear. However, we'll look at it next week when the dungeon is open to people who didn't buy the half start packet, right? Or the head start packet. So as a general disclaimer, we're doing average things, casual things. There's probably a chance we'll do a bunch of advanced runs of the new Dread Sanctum. However, Masters, I don't schedule anything, or I don't have a group or anything like that. Maybe it might happen. We might see some of it. However, generally, it either happens behind the scene or not, at least not live on stream, right? I don't plan these things. I used to do this a little bit more with groups and whatnot, but now it's the solo experience, right? So no hardcore theory crafting, best in slot, this type of dialogue I actually refrain from, because it, in my opinion, is in contrast to the live service model. Now, those who like fantasy MMORPGs in the days of old may still want that experience, and it's kind of still here. I looked briefly, I scanned the stuff. They're still doing the 3-tier model. They're staggering rewards, so there's still the master thing. So go find your occasional Neverwinter streamer who's putting out best in slots and min-maxing and whatnot. Plenty of those. This is the casual nature. It's for completion. I play Neverwinter for a very long time because generally it is more of a lifestyle choice. It's a live service game. Among other live service games I play in parallel with Neverwinter is Phantasy Star Online 2, New Genesis, which do not get particular updates in terms of this type of thing too often, and I played Hearthstone since closed beta. So I've steadily transitioned live service models. I think the most appropriate live service games and whatnot have quality of life that caters to a balance of reward and willing to invest and be interested in producing like healthy habits. I think hardcore this is my own personal opinion for my own mental health. Having a hardcore bootstrapping, like rigorous grinding kind of type, like loot repetition and whatnot, I think those are not very beneficial to games that are presented as live service models. Not only does it make turnover even more difficult psychologically, it can be a proponent that may seem suspicious in front of trying to get gamers to become dependent on unhealthy habits, in my opinion, non-sustainable habits to gaming. So for me, casual first, healthy habits, highlighting the content that is accessible as a quality of life for a live service model, and that's my bias. So early disclaimers, most of my comments and stuff are dealing with people who like to hop in a game, play for like 30 minutes, maybe 3 times a week to complete something, feel adequately engaged, and then not predatorily and viciously targeted to force long hours and repetitious behavior, right? And I think this game is somewhat on above average. So I will be a little bit critical when it comes to people who talk about best in slot and how long they grind for something and whatnot, or taking in account of that. I think if they suggest that their modules are doing quality of life changes for the most hardened, successful live service games, are those individuals who design a game in which it's the idea of the developers continuously wanting to create content and for people to find it accessible and create content at a steady rate where there is mutual understanding that, oh, I can support this product and I can continue to feed, like subscribe per se to this product because the future products will give me entertainment back in a consistent manner. I think catering to incredibly hardcore audience, that's healthy if you're not skirting casual and hardcore. So continuously investing a disproportionate amount of resources into niche, high barrier, high selective content, like, I don't know, group locking gear and whatnot behind things, usually I would say that's best served for a non-live service game, in my opinion, at the state of everything. So that's usually what I'm more critical about or focused on, since I do not do that either. So we'll see how it goes. I think it's been on an upward trajectory. Just as a recap of Mountain of Flames, and then Demon's Web Pit and all those, like the last 4 modules, it's been, you can kind of see them bridging and making the gap a little bit smaller, and I think Mountain of Flames is a great way with the individual loot. We'll see if it stays or not, or what they decide to change. According to their splash page, the launch page for this module, they suggested there are quality of life changes. The one that is very wonderful that I found myself doing on the fly is we have power sets now. So you can set 2 power things and you can toggle between them. And 2 is sufficient. 1 for AoE, one for the mob phase, 1 for the boss phase. That's fantastic. At minimally, that is a wonderful quality of life change. It's a great accessibility change, right? So let's highlight a little bit. So the new module, I forgot to even mention, the new module's name is oh no, it's as above, right? So below, and it's a return to the Sky Pirates stronghold. Or actually, is it stronghold or is it, well, I guess we'll find out. All right, let's get into here. Some returning music, or I'm not sure if it's the same music. It might be either similar or a remastering of it. It's properly piratey. So we have the audio up because I want to hear if they changed anything or noticeably change anything and for the new map. Before we go, let's take a look at our journal. Right. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Alright, where's our new entry? Return to Pirate Skyhold. Skyhold makes sense. And it looks like we also have a new battle pass. This looks like the new battle pass. No, oh no, it's not. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, this is the new battle pass. Oh, they changed the display of the battle pass. Ooh, what the? Oh, that's right. So they increased. Oh, there each one. They increased the battle pass rewards. So now there's not like only 5 tiers. There's more, and then they added a scrollable thing. And is this the final thing? Yeah. I see how they extended it. So they extended it by adding a scroll and then the final big thing. That's an excellent way. It looks very neat and tidy. We'll unlock that later. It's fine. I usually grab the battle pass, sure. And then we have our new campaign. 80,000 is the item level for, you know, the formal after the launch week. Let's see. What's this? 100,000 bars. Okay. Currency. Same structure. Yes. So we have the same structure. Thing to write home about. We will look at that next week, when gear comes into play. All right. Do they have a start button? Your memories of it just tells you where to go. Okay. There used to be like a start button. I'm not sure if the reasoning why they take it off. I assure you, you might be thinking, oh yeah, well it says right here how to start the new campaign. Talk to Sergeant Knox in Protector's Enclave and complete history lessons. It even says the actual task that you have to select, right? I can't tell you how many times someone says, where do we start the new campaign? I actually kind of feel like people discovered the journal after playing the game. So there used to be like a start button where you just click and it causes a quest path. And even then, on the ones that have the quest path that you can click on, they still don't read the top. Yeah, I know that it happens. Reading is a chore for probably a significant population. Alright, your memories of Pirate Skyhold hides a secret to the whereabouts of the missing Neverwinter scouts. Something lurks in the dark, and as you seek answers from above, so ye shall find down below. Right? As above, so below. Okay. There's a new boss. That's a step up from last time. They've already teased the image of the new boss. It's no longer that brain in the middle of the puddle. So curious. It's on the dragon now. Alright. So let's start. Wait. I also need to know how you set power. Oh, here it is. Power set. 1 and 2. Okay. So they use the same setup, and they just lock in here. So let's do a power set, and then I don't change power sets on this guy. However, oh, here it is. It's control plus space. Wait, hold up. Control. Okay, I can get behind that actually. Control space is a good, yeah, excellent. I don't mind control space at all. I don't use the space button. I don't hop around like a doofus. Just kidding. I don't hop around like I'm on a pogo stick or something. My natural fidget is not to hop in this game. A lot of MMO are like MMO RPG, like fantasy based players, their natural inclination, their twitch response and fidget is to like hit spacebar as quickly as possible. But control space, that's a very modern take, especially using control on your pinky with your thumb, like doing this shape. This shape is, I don't think that's very common in MMORPGs, like fantasy, old school fantasy RPG. But this shape is very common in like things like Warframe and like newer keyboard things. So you gotta be comfortable. I imagine some people rebind it to a single button or something. You can rebind everything in this game. So it's all good.
Protector's Enclave, hero of Neverwinter, I've need of you. A group of Neverwinter scouts were due to return from an extensive top-secret mission some time ago, but it appears they've gone missing. The nature of their mission was known only to them. Even I am not privy to the details. They've refrained from sending me reports for fear of being intercepted. All I've ever been made aware of is if they are alive and well. Last I know, they were investigating strange occurrences in the pirate Skyhold. You might remember them from your time there with Company Yargo. Perhaps you crossed paths. Speak to the Curator of Histories. I believe he has the means to help you recall things in more intricate detail.
Kudos to this guy. I'm pretty sure Sergeant Knox has been the same voice actor. I think I'm not quite sure that it's not made like really apparent if Sergeant Knox had like an understudy or something, but Sergeant Knox has been a voice in this game for its, you know, Sergeant Knox has been a character, a vocal character in this game series, or in this game specifically, or as far as I remember. You know, we're entering the 12th year soon, so I'm kind of very curious if it's the same VA. I'm sure it is, actually. I think many of them, they were able to retain the VAs for like to get in the sprinkle of reads. All right, speak to the Curator of History. Does that involve, is that in PE? Oh, it is. Which one is the Curator of History? Good old Neverwinter. Therapeutic at best. Oh, this is the, oh, okay. It's this place, which used to be the place for like getting the artifact, your first artifact, but that has since moved to the like Adventurers Guild.
Though I am forbidden to interfere in the grand design, I see all that comes to pass.
Yeah, this is the Curator of History. So they added this 2 modules ago, and he like pops in all the other regions. It's a clever way to say, hey, if you find the Curator of History, this is where you repeat weeklies, like a past events to get like currency and whatnot.
I know why you are here. I know what it is you are seeking. Your memories hold much to be discovered. Ready for a history lesson?
It's a very convenient way of saying, hey, this is where you repeat your weeklies. I like it.
In the floating islands that were once the pirate Skyhold, a shadow fell across the land. You once walked these ropes, helping Company Yargo in their endeavors. But there is something else lurking within your memories. Let us revisit this place in time and learn from it what we can. The past has many lessons to
Okay, so they're theming it in a way that you are actually returning to the old days of old. I see. They're actually time traveling. I remember this
Suspended
started.
in air near Neverwinter is an island called Pirate Skyhold. For years, brutal pirates sailed their skyships from that floating hideaway, preying on merchants and villages all along the Sword Coast. And suddenly, a few decades ago, the raids stopped. No one knows why. I don't know if you've ever seen a skyship before. Most people haven't. They were made in Halrua, a kingdom destroyed by the Spell Plague. Company Yargo has one of the few skyships left. They hope to acquire more by raiding Pirate Skyhold. One of their recruiters can arrange for their skyship to shuttle you up there.
Still looks familiar. Like this one, I'm still familiar. I'm kind of curious. I have these. I remember this used to be a place where you farm for mats, for like crafting mats. I'm kind of curious if those things interact with this place again. Now that it's back on map. No, everything looks more or less still familiar. It's a little darker. I don't remember it being this dark. Slightly dark. Alright. So the layout does not look like it's changed. So this is the same layout. Let's see if we can spot any difference.
All aboard! Watch your step.
Oh, you're a chonker. Oh. Oh! Okay, this is new. Okay, so they have a new area. So they instanced it into a new area. So we got a new hub. Wow, this hub looks awesome. So this is not, as far as I remember, I do not remember this. So this is the new hub. And it's another set piece. I really like it. Mountain of Flame had a set piece too. They added a set piece for the hub. Oh, that's kind of nice. Some floating platforms there. Okay. I didn't remember Mountain of Flames. Mount Huntnell, as well as I remember Pirate Skyhold. You know, I just kind of want to look out here. Let me see what this looks like out. And it's in the map. Oh, okay. The layout is not necessarily the same. They changed. Well, the layout is the same, but I think this area used to be something else. Because I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember this part. It looks fantastic. Wow. The music's great too. I like this music's fantastic. Like the ambient music. Wow. This is quite picturesque. I'm a sucker for overhanging cliffs where the rays bounce in like pierces through areas like forests and cliff sides. This is really picturesque. It's very much like Mountain of Flames hub with the tree. Let's right about here maybe. This is probably gonna be the thumbnail. Oh wait, you know, we could do that one thing. I just realized you could still do this. You can hit B and remove the UI. I should have done that before. For Mountain of Flame. I love the little rays hitting off the cliff. Very nice. Like the peaceful ambient sound and music, like little tight touch of piano. All right. Lots and lots of carpet. you can see that they took all the carpet and just slammed it on each other. All right, all right.
When I sign signed up for this. I didn't think we'd be cutting our way through a stinking swamp. Make the best of it, I suppose.
I am looking forward to hearing all the pirate variances voice acting.
Good, we can use more hands. As you can see, we haven't quite found where the pirate hideout is yet. But we have found a whole lot of stinking swamp.
Alright.
This swamp's got all the annoyances you'd think it'd have. Bugs, disease, rotting filth. Oh, and lizard folk. Yeah, there's
Naturally.
tribes of lizard folk here on the island swamps. They're not too happy about us being here, and they're trying to convince us to leave by setting up snares nearby to our camp. We've already lost a few people to those snares, and we can't let that go on. Go and take out a few of their trappers. Maybe that'll convince them that we mean business.
Naturally. Very, very common occurrence, you know. Having lizard folks, who hasn't seen a lizard folk in a swamp, you know? Very, very, very classic problem.
Something not quite right about this swamp. Aside from the fact that it's floating hundreds of feet above the ocean, of course.
Naturally.
It's strange. Even the most fetid swamps usually have some places to find drinkable water. Not here, though. No matter where we look, the water is horribly poisonous. The lizard folk have figured out how to distill drinkable water out of the swamp water. I've seen their stills out near the mire to the east. We won't last long without fresh water. So go swipe some from the lizards. With any luck, we can use it to figure out their purification technique.
Naturally. Still in pillage from the natural inhabitants.
Why the swamp is so unnaturally toxic.
Alright. No dialogue, you know? Like no diplomacy. Only fear, terror, theft, and violence. Oh man. This is a great place to place the hub. Now the question is, did they place... I don't think so. There's one here. They didn't place a campfire in the hub. Oh, I can get behind this ambient music. I actually feel like I want to increase the ambient music. I'm a sucker for this. And ambient sound. Let's not go crazy. Well, we'll see. Did I just hear a chicken? Okay. Oh, it's so lovely actually. Oh, this is so nice. I was expecting like pulsating pirate theme thing going, but it's... Okay, it does get a lot louder when in combat. I was thinking maybe it doesn't. Okay, I really can jive with this music. It's no longer like voidy sounding. It's been a while since it hasn't been like voidy sounding, fiery, devastating stuff. Just the ambient noise alone is quite pleasant. Wait, I do want to switch to a lower instance though. Oh, there's still quite a significant number of people around. It's in the evening hours now, right? Because it's past midnight and it's starting to caress midnight and whatnot. Over across the Atlantic, of course. The NA crowd is way smaller. Very noticeably smaller. I like the battle music. Don't mind us just pilfering your distillery things. I feel like you still did this in the original. These are the same places, I think, or similar things. Not entirely sure if they're identical. There are new things, so we'll see. Oh, and they also, this is for next week, the dungeon. But there is a quote-unquote new mechanic called Crystallize. I'm kind of curious what that is. And it's not every day that they directly say something about like a new mechanic. Do we get a new lockbox? Oh, we did get a new lockbox. Sciatic. Wait. Yeah, we did get a new lockbox. Brain Stealer Dragon. Let's inspect this. We'll open lockbox. Oh, you look interesting. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's kind of like a what do you call it? Ithalid dragon thing. Oh, that's kind of neat. What do you look like? I can't inspect you. All right. We'll open. Oh, there are coffers. We'll open lockboxes if we pick any up. So I'll make sure to pick them up. There's so many hunters, but where are the trappers? Yeah, the two tracks in this. Usually the game has like every new module has about 4 or 5 tracks in the featured area. What the heck? Where are the trappers at? I see darters, hunters. What did the... I can't tell the... Oh, that's a purple pepper. Hello there. Oh, purple. Is that purple peeper? Oh, that's kind of funny. That kind of reminds me of the Sharandar. Brago. Oh, there's a trapper. Oh, trappers are the invisible ones. I see. That's why I couldn't see trappers. They're part of the group, but you can't see them. They're ambushers. Alright. Neat. It looks like people are already calling out heroic encounters. Looks like one of them is called Lighthouse. Yeah, this is definitely new. This bridge, there weren't any like straight bridges. So this hub, the connection between this and the hub is new, which is very convenient because it cuts through the whole region. Yeah, man. This place looks pretty sweet. The hub is fantastic. I really like the ambient music and the battle theme so far.
Just looking at this water, I can tell their stills use a more powerful enchantment than I expected. However they are purifying this water, it's no easy process. I wonder why.
Process. Indeed.
Good work. Hopefully that'll be a persuasive enough message to get them to leave us alone.
Maybe. I doubt it, but you know.
Captain Yargo's gone off somewhere.
Anomalies and abnormalities abound. I'd expect nothing less from an Earth mote. Our scouts have reported some curious activity involving a lizard folk known as Zagrik. By the looks of it, he possesses an artifact that converts raw swamp water into drinkable water.
I see.
It's likely a part of their final distillation process. You'll need to ambush Zagrik, but be warned.
Naturally.
He's keen-eyed. You'll need to be well concealed. Catch him, rob him, kill him. He's been gutting a few of our own, so fair's fair. Just make sure you bring the artifact back safely. It's vital to our efforts.
Naturally. The adventurer's tasks, kidnapping, robbing, and killing, you know, naturally. And then stealing. Or like stealing the tech and adapting it to your benefit.
I've analyzed the distilled samples you acquired for Array and found residual hints of powerful magic. The lizard folk must be resistant enough to safely drink it. If I can get some more samples from the swamp, specifically from an area with a higher concentration of corruption, I might be able to learn more.
So far, the three are very conservative. There's no like our pirate thing going on yet. I'm still looking for the first character that has like a deep comical character, a pirate character. So far we have 2 scholars and a little quaint guy. He has kind of a like a angst, a little whininess to the voice. Sounds like an average Joe. Like a fantasy kind of thing. Role playing appropriate. What is this highlighting to? What is this pointing to? Okay. The pathing is a little something to get used to. It's kind of hard to know where the pathing is. Naturally, we're in the swamp, right? Wait. Guys, please. I'm trying to collect samples. Alright. Okay, black spewly pools, sorry. Look at that chonker though. That's a name mob. Yeah, it's 5 pips. Okay. Don't mind us. Is this where I ambushed the guy? It is. It most certainly is. Gotta ambush the guy. Boop. No hard feelings. Survival. Okay. Let's go collect the water samples. Yoink. I'm curious how this ends up getting to the Dread Vault, or the Dread Sanctum. I don't actually remember how the story got you to end up going so deep into the Dread Vault, the old Dread Vault. From here, I kind of remember like something about like sacrificial rituals, maybe, or something like that. You get to a place where there's a lot of like capturing, releasing lots of prisoners. Like there's a deeper thing going on here, but I don't remember. I don't know if they changed any of it either. And also, speaking of like VAs and stuff, I'm not sure if there are new VA lines. There probably are, because they have to make adjustments to the heroic encounters and what. Ah, and I'm dead. Oh, where does this take me? Oh, it takes me backwards. Oh, you could do a KO and release, but there's no campfire in the middle of the hub. So it takes you to another campfire. And I didn't touch the other campfires yet. That sets me back in the beginning campfire. That can be useful sometimes. KO yourself and release to a campfire in the hub. Or it's... I fell off the same path again. I don't know if that path is leveled properly. I fell off the same thing again. Alright, we're gonna try this way as opposed to whatever the heck that was that I keep sliding off. Alright. Okay.
These are dizzying. You're back. Let's see that artifact then.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't look like anything special, but looks can be deceiving. I'll need to see if I can figure out how this works. Shouldn't be too hard.
Alright.
That's a lot more potent than I thought. I can feel the corruption through the glass. Fascinating. Truly fascinating.
Perhaps the source of the corruption? Perhaps the source of the corruption is from the Illithids? Ithalids? I keep saying it with a different emphasis. But the Ithalids?
Well, I guess there's one thing we have in common with the lizard folk. Neither of us are giving in without a fight.
Naturally.
Stop setting down so many snares near the camp. They're packed in as thick as ever further on in the deep swamps. Head out there and clear a bunch of them out. In fact, how about you collect their teeth as you take them out? Then bring the teeth to our forward scout, Skyhold. We can string them up to serve as a warning. If these lizards want to fight, they'll get a fight.
I guess we're creating a London Bridge. Yep.
There's more wrong with this swamp than the water. It's like the air is poisoned too. Well, not quite poisoned, but things here seem to be in need of repair more often than I'd expect. Our scouts set up a series of rope bridges over the floating earth moats nearby in order to explore deeper into the swamp. Trouble is, the ropes of the bridges keep fraying. Make your way around that area and fix up any ropes that are in need of repair. Speak to the scouts there once you've taken care of the problem.
Naturally, we are carpenters as well. As adventurers, we are also carpenters, you know, and bridge builders and engineers, of course. Many, many years of experience. Naturally. Let's go repair some bridges. Hello. What are we doing? Lizard folk teeth? Okay. That's not friendly, of course. I remember this quest. I feel like I remember this quest. Sorry folks. Only 10. I only need 10 teeth. But what if you just go up to them and ask them for 10 teeth? I feel like they might be okay with that. You know? We'll try to avoid combat. Alright. Wait. This bridge is fine? What the heck? Alright. It's kind of funny. The holes in the bridge is bigger than me. Oh yeah, see, this is the ritual stuff. So they're doing like some sort of ritual. But I don't know if that's attached to the whole getting your brain sucked situation. Alright. More places. Let's avoid encounters, please. Okay. Oh, here's someone. I haven't lived this long by being brave. What I heard. Words to live by. How'd I... Oh. Here we go. Job completed. No thanks. Friendly coming through. Wrong direction. Yeah, I remember this place for sure. Like this particular area with the interlocking bridges.
Company Yargo pays me well. What? Leokis told you to take the teeth out of the dead lizards and string them up as a warning? Is he crazy? Doing that would just make the lizards even more angry at us. I'd like to avoid signing my own death warrant, thanks.
What? I like the character's animation, but you don't sound like a pirate.
Well, this is a welcome change. Someone not covered in scales and not trying to kill me. Thanks for fixing up the bridges, though. I'd hate to be stuck out here.
Me too.
Over here at the end of this awful bog is the reason Company Yargo landed us in this place. The wreckage of a sky ship. They say it used to be called the Magister's Hope, or something like that. There's a problem, though. The lizards. They're all over the place near the wreck. Probably
Naturally.
near their tribal grounds or something, given our...
Oh.
Anyway, I'm not being paid enough to try and fight a horde of lizard folk. Maybe they're paying you more, though. So if you want to take the job of searching through the wreckage, you can have it.
Nah, they're not
Lizards up ahead.
being paid
Lizards
scrapped,
behind.
actually.
I really don't want to leave this spot.
Interesting. Severed a tail. Excuse me. Okay, scout reports. Reconnaissance indicates the presence of several notable warriors among the lizard folk. They call themselves the White Scale Gahash. Gahash? And are believed... Gash? And are believed to be coordinating the recent attacks. Targeting and eliminating some of these individuals should significantly reduce the lizard folk threat, while also yielding insights into their behavior. Alright, so we have another takedown on site. Search piles. Oh, I remember this, where you search the little like wreckage looking things. I remember this quest. So same places. So this hasn't changed. I think the quest line itself has not changed. The heroic encounters and the way like the little event things that used to happen every once in a while has changed. Does this water poison me? No, it does not. Or does it? It kind of, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Guess people keep hitting me. Oh, spooters. Hello, spooters. No, it does not. I was like, that'd be kind of annoying because it would interrupt. It would interrupt your interaction. Or you would have to like kind of bounce around to a safe spot. Yeah, these are the same. So far, I recognize most of these quests. Okay. Alright. Okay, so what do these white scale... Oh, hello. That's one. Where, oh, where is the other? Oh, there's one.
You lose.
Nah, I don't lose. You lose. Alright. Took them out. Let's head back. Nothing to see here. Oh, there's more. Slay spiders and then return to write your report on the scout's report journal. I see. Reconnaissance indicate the presence of a spider infestation in the southern region. If left unchecked, these spiders could become a significant threat. It is imperative we cull their numbers to prevent them from spreading yet. Alright. Spooder control. Or pest controls too.
No luck finding anything useful, huh? Of course not. It was a fool's errand they sent us on. The ship's been sitting in a swamp for decades, being picked over by lizard folk. Why would there be anything useful left?
Boy, you're a bottle of sunshine.
I haven't lived this long by being brave. It's just another way for stupid.
What is this? Gather medicinal herbs and 5 medicinal spores and then return to scout. Okay, Tragold in Bog. You've noticed a distinctive herb that catches your eye. The herbs, sorry, most of them are British. I'm kidding. The herbs and fungi in this area appear to have medicinal properties and are relatively easy to identify. Collect a few samples of these herbs and fungi and bring them back to the company Yargo crew. They will likely appreciate. Alright, so we're gonna stomp out some spooters and collect some herbs. Yes, I'm bouncing back and forth. Where? Oh, where? Let me see. Oh, heckin' trappers. Man, they have a propensity to group each other up and target that guy. Can you have okay. Really, Reggie? Oh. I look at this too. Oh. Neat. Oh, I need to collect 5 of each. Okay. Alright. That's a dino. Or maybe not. Oh, and that's a name mob too. Okay, fair enough. Nothing to see here. I heckin' love flower picking. Best fetch quest ever. Flower picking. I'm gonna start my own herb garden. Can't. It's so difficult to see it. Alright. Where are them shrooms? Keep my eyes out for shrooms. And spooters. Body blocking. Always nice. Where are them shrooms? Keep my eye. Yeah. Shrooms, man. Valentine's. They're medicinal. We're looking for medicinal shrooms, okay? I know. Says everyone who's into shrooms. I know. There's a prescription for these. Alright. We gotta stomp out some spooters though. Ooh, these spooters are just... Alright. I'm sure people will not object to calling some spooters. Alright. Alright, we got the shroom. Oh no, we got the herbs. Where? We got the herbs. Where are our shrooms? We're looking for truffles, okay? We're truffle hunting. For some reason I like to watch. You like to watch me play games? I'm having a great day. Well, thank you. What are you up to today? Look at these massive shrooms. They certainly aren't truffles. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with how truffles are gathered, but I watched a few like like chefs who like went out to find out how like truffles are gathered, and it's really interesting. Truffles are most definitely in the ground. Right? They don't like chill right on trees like other classical fungi do be doing. Oh, there's a big shroom. This guy is in my way. Alright. Give me that shroom. That shroom is 3 times the size of my character. Most of these shrooms are like twice the size of my character. That's good eating. Good eating. Alright. Okay. Okay.
If we're gonna find what Captain Yargo wants us to find, we need to get these lizards out of here.
Okay.
While I was scouting out the area ahead, I saw they were coming and going from a small cave. My guess is that's where their leader is. If you take the leaders out, maybe the lizards will back off, and we might actually be able to do a thorough search and salvage of the area. Meaning, we all get paid, and the captain gets what she wants. No one but the lizards gets their throat cut, and everyone's happy.
Well, except me, you know, except the adventurer who's doing all the things. Alright.
Lizards up ahead? Lizards behind? I really don't want to leave this spot.
This morning, you almost got into an altercation riding your motorcycle to class? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. 2 words, white BMW. Oh, well now. You took a math test, got a 96.5%. Right on. Good day overall, minus the road rage. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, it happens. Glad to hear nothing happened and everyone's safe, I imagine. Road rage towards cyclists in every way is kind of a thing. I can definitely tell. And seeing that you said white and BMW, was it a... Do you live in an affluent place? Was it like a M3 or an M4? I'm sorry to like profile, but it's probably like a 300 series or a 500 series, like a 3XX or a 5XX. I maybe or something. White is a very telling color. It was certainly something like that. Yeah, but that seems about, it checks out, especially white. A white BMW, unless it was an SUV, but it's rarely an SUV, like one of the big SUVs. Alright, so we're just gonna traverse the cavern. Alright. Hello, folks. Or was it an SUV? That would kind of suck, actually. Your motorcycle. Did I know that you had a motorcycle? I'm not sure if I knew you had a motorcycle. I might be getting you confused with 2 people. Oh, I think even Sub-Zero also were interested in motorcycles too. I'm not sure if he currently has one. I think he does as well. What are the chances? You and Sub-Zero. I'm pretty sure Sub-Zero has a motorcycle. It was a really sporty looking car. That kind of reminds me of an M5. Or it could be. Yeah. It's probably an M series. It had a fin. Oh, spoiler! It's probably an M series. I think I mentioned that you ride, but I don't talk about it super often. I see. How long have you been riding? I think if you're commuting and stuff, I think one of the... If I had to be like super fair to both sides, the American infrastructure for creating a harmonious relationship between cyclists and cars I think it still comes down to the traffic system that we have. The traffic system is very favorable towards cars. So, I mean, even pedestrian walking is not fantastic, right? So, outside of the United States, there are other places where if you have a great like mutual traffic system that's normalized the behavior, it creates like biking, cycling, motorcycling, and stuff becomes a more of a harmonious thing. But in this case, not so much. So I feel like the friction is not necessarily completely the user's animosity, like the person driving or something. I think it does have very much to do with the American traffic structure, the infrastructure. Because commuting on a bike is, if you're only transporting yourself, like the body, to a place, usually the motorcycle is incredibly convenient. And not to mention probably greener than driving like an M5 series gas guzzler, like in a M5 series BMW. Just a thought. Uh, 2.5 years now. Okay, to get to your campus, you drove up a 2-lane road where the right lane eventually becomes right turn only to turn onto the road that brings you to campus. Ah, it was a situation where there was a line in the right lane already, and the BMW wanted to just fly ahead and then cut at the last moment. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, that's... Yeah. You can definitely see that. Or, they, occasionally, you know, they would do the illegal turn on a not turn lane to cut you off. So they change lanes while in the turn. That's, and it's certainly not worth proving a point by trying to injure yourself. So, naturally, I don't know how you feel about that. And you were in a smaller vehicle, so I'm glad to hear that it didn't become something bigger. I don't... It's certainly not worth... Glad to hear about your math test, though. What was the math test about, Valentine?
Leave this one to me, but you can.
What type of maths are we talking about? In a motorcycle versus car situation, the bike always loses. Physics. I would never try to prove a point by doing something that would potentially cause you injury. Yeah, it's just not worth. I think counting your graces that, like, yeah, I'm happy, you know, happy to not end up in an accident or something. I think that's constantly worth reminding oneself. Probability and statistics, I see. Oh, what is the context for knowing the probability and statistics for your, like, use case? Like, are we talking about, like, standard deviation, normal distribution, like Poisson's distribution or something?
We've got no tea or biscuits out here, but warm yourself by the fire for as long as you'd like.
We got no tea or biscuits out here. Nice.
Company Yargo pays me well. Nice. Now that they're out of the way, I can go down there without risking my neck. Thanks for helping out.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Alright, looks like we're heading back to camp, to the crow's nest. Let's head on back. It's sort of in the context of gaming bets and odds. Oh, okay. So they decide to use that. Okay. Gaming bets and odds. Not bad. You know, Valentine, you could totally just buy Balatro, which I think Balatro is out on mobile as well. This is not sponsored thing, but it is fun to like pick up a deck builder or something like a thing that deals with decks and then hashing out some probabilities, you know. I always like doing that. Playing deck builders make you think and rehearse probabilities and statistics all the time. It's not to say that gamers play deck builders with probability and statistics in mind. I do though. I sort them out in my head. I don't explain them while I'm playing though. So like why I choose certain cards, why like in roguelike deck builders, why I choose certain cards, why I would lean towards these things. I would explain what their interactions are. But generally speaking, I'm doing probability and statistics all the time. That's how you kind of... That's my favorite part about some of the reward about being competent in that kind of thing. You find quite a lot of uses for understanding that stuff. In fact, I would definitely... I hope that your interest, right? And then your application of probability and statistics would allow you to, in the future, you know, you see videos and YouTube content, there's so much that understanding and appreciating how you apply and get like a general sense of the odds and whatnot can really open one's mind to interpreting, oh, that makes sense, or no, that doesn't make sense. Like when someone tells you oh yeah, this is the best game ever, it's sold like 2 million, and then you start thinking, okay, well 2 million, what is... Okay, that's a magnitude. We have no relative standard, nor do we have an upper limit or a lower limit. So let's go look at the mode median distribution of game sales, and then you can quickly refute people's claims, right? Obviously, it's a lot more difficult to create a claim that stands statistical strength. However, when you're in a... when someone is telling you something very attractive, having an appreciation for that type of math becomes foundational to one's judgment. Like when someone says, oh yeah, you know, 96% of the time I succeed at this. Okay, so you're telling me a percentage. What is your sample size? And they'd be like, oh, I've done it 3 times. So you have... how'd you get 96% success in a sample size of 3? And do you know what you're saying? Because if you did it 3 times and you have a 96% success ratio, you probably want to up the sample size by like polling or taking other ways of boosting your sample size, that kind of thing. I think that type of discussion rarely ever happens because it would be not really appreciated unless you have an interest in even foundational statistics and probability. Like when someone says something like, oh yeah, there are 4 choices and then I have to make 4 more choices, so naturally I have a 25% chance of getting this right if I randomly guess. No. 1 out of 4 and then 1 out of 4 again is not 25%. I'm like trying to think of very common errors that happen a lot, and it comes in gaming, in the form of gaming a lot of times. I think math fundamentals are no longer I feel like they're not as fun when people are not conditioned to look at the things they do for fun involved in math, especially deck building. I think the type of commentary that I read a lot in reviews, right? People would complain like, oh yeah, like this is pure RNG, and the odds are so low to get certain things. There's no way you can be successful. You don't even encounter these things. And then when I go to play the game, it's often far more exaggerated. I think the negative reviews tend to select for people who have hyperbolic impressions that have a more emotional grasp of math, and as opposed to a objective grasp of math, right? In order to form an emotional or subjective interpretation of the observation. When someone says, "Oh, this never happens," how can it never happen for you to know it? And then also, if you think about what you're saying compared to the larger masses, it's hard to rationalize that this person has an adequate reflection of the accountings. And most of the time it comes in the form of roguelike games, and I play a lot of roguelike games, so it's still a selection bias, obviously, because negative reviews tend to involve some sort of math, like some implication of math. Like, oh yeah, this game's so hard because it's basically random chance. It's not. Like, there's even a slot machine game sometimes is not even random chance. Like, it's so tough to take someone's word when they say, oh, this game is basically you have no control over winning. And games aren't designed that way, like, nearly ever. Nearly.
These are dizzying heights. Almost makes me miss the Underdark. Seems you've taken care of quite a few things out there. That should take the pressure off our people in the swamp. Thank you.
I only mentioned this because I think things, as we have talked about language learning all the time, learning math and science and stuff, the more you can apply it to your everyday habits in thinking, the effortless it becomes to retain that knowledge. So I reminisce a lot about what I can do with the things I'm learning. Getting into that rhythm makes, like, you don't study very much because you're practicing and what I mean by studying, as I broke up between learning and practicing, when people are in school, there's a lot of learning going on, very little practice. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, I'm studying right now for the exam, actually it's more practicing for the exam, because you've learned all the content already. Learning deals with exposure, so you've already exposed it. The downside of kids are that kids do not practice what they learn oftentimes. However, we're adults, right? We're older, we kind of understand that without practice, the things we learn become things we've forgotten. And so naturally, I love to exchange ideas and give ideas, encourage people to keep thinking about the things they're learning or sharing the things they're learning. Every iteration or different iterations of explaining something or sharing something will make it's a time worth investing, in my opinion, because not only do you have a conversation with another person, you yourself have effectively practiced what you learned through discussion. And it's doubling time. Like, if you spend 5 minutes having a conversation with someone at the same time learning your material, like practicing your material, that's time savings. Like, you'll go to study and you're like, yeah, well, I already know all this stuff. We talked about it yesterday. Like, so I pigeonhole most of the things, like the way you're doing Japanese right now, right? Valentine's, whenever we're in our Japanese session, we're doubling our efforts. Basically, one action is leading to more than one consequence, and they're both desirable effects. Picking out a lot of birds with one stone, if I do say so myself.
Anomalies and abnormalities abound. I'd expect nothing less from an Earth mote.
Okay, so is that the end of the quest line? Oh, really? That's it? Oh, I was kind of hoping for some conspiracy theory on the first day. Okay, so there's no overarching, just living. We're trying, you know? So we got our repeatables. These are repeatables, so we don't no longer have like any like quest line until next milestone. Yeah, interesting.
Reports of all sorts of terrors on the moat. The scouts are spread thin, and my wits are spread thinner. We're going to...
Yes. We're going to
Never a dull moment on Pirate Skyhold.
our activities.
A lot of chatter about things needing to be done and foes nipping at our heels. Best we deal with all these troubles lest they interfere with our operations. I've got a task list that should help you keep track of everything. And yes, you'll be rewarded for your efforts.
Well, that's kind of a reward.
Iray had several water filtration systems set up around camp. With how caustic the pollutants are, we also need to regularly change the filter.
So we steal and kill.
Plants needed to make these filters
Oh,
grow
okay.
near the top of this cavern.
All right.
Normally, we had a sailor handle it, but he's broken a leg. So I'm asking for you to do it. It's slippery, but it shouldn't be a problem for the likes of you.
I already slipped on 2 branches and fallen to my death twice on the same branch, so I can attest it is quite slippery. Not that it was intentional.
Something in these swamps is causing changes in the environment, and it's even affecting the rocks. I'll need to spend time experimenting to get to the bottom of this. But to do that, I'll need large quantities of samples, since they'll likely be destroyed in the process.
Okay. So these are our repeatables. We got our hero, right? We got our hero encounters, which we'll do, I guess, because it's a short main quest line. We got our repeatables, and it's only 2 repeatables, it seems. And then our activities, which is something that ticks up whenever we do stuff in this region. So let's go look at heroic encounters. Where's our currency at? Oh, wow. 60. Dang. That's kind of generous. How many did we do? Did we do 6 tasks? Huh. Okay. So let's do these heroic encounters. Let's look down here. I hate this jumping mess. You cuties enjoying the new zone? Okay. Oh, I read a message from someone. Let's see. Okay, number 27, Bell. 27. Okay. Let's go find out what how the heroic encounter paths work. So Bell, which one's Bell? What the heck? Oh, this. Okay. So we already have people calling heroic encounters. Let's take a look. Oh, that's not. Ay. Okay. Ooh. I'm tempted to jump, but I feel like all the void space is instant death. This is where, when you see fun things, right, like winding roads and stuff, it's great. It's picturesque to look at, but it's certainly not practical. You know, the whole like reality versus film or like drama or something. It's like, oh yeah, look at how cool and windy that stuff is. Where the heck is this leading? Oh, wait, someone called a bell and nothing happened. Is no one doing this? Am I in the right instance? Okay, great. If it was IRL, I would totally do it though. I like walking around. So what? This guy called at 27, but no one's here. Oh, okay. We got some peeps. Oh, there. All right. Stop the bell. Oh, okay. Sure. So we just interact with it. Fair enough. And you guys, please. We only need one person to do one bail. That is the wrong button. Alright. Oh, let's grab this one. Oh, okay. You got it? Alright, cool. And then that's it? Not bad. This one's a pretty good one. Short. Alright. How many percentage do we get for a minor? Okay, it's the standard 20%, 20%, 30% probably. Where are we going, my friends? What are you calling now? Lighthouse. Okay, let's see what lighthouse looks like. I expect a lighthouse. Actually. Oh, my pathing is terrible. Okay. Right. Don't mind the chicken, you know. And there are some really fun mounts in this game over time. The chicken is definitely a winner, you know. You gotta get that chicken. That guy know where it's at. I have a chicken too. Chicken with the wings. It's a fashion thing.
The undead have seized the lighthouse. Liberate it.
That is indeed a lighthouse. So they haven't had these heroic encounters before in these locations, but I kind of like it now because they're placing heroic encounters in set piece places where you would kind of see them in the distance, but there really wouldn't be like a interaction thing, right? At least I don't remember what was in this location. It might have been one of those like event things. Oh wait, we're not supposed to be taking out that catapult. No. Oh, we are. Use the catapulted. Oh, okay. Alright. So, I'm taking out a lighthouse. I was thinking we were going to preserve the lighthouse. Okay. What the heck was that sound? Was that a companion sound? So there's definitely corruption, right? There's undead corruption here. Commander Jaina. Or Jana. Whenever I think of Jana, I think that's her name? Jaina or something? I think of the mage from World of Warcraft lore. I think it might have been Jaina. Been so long since I played a Warcraft related thing. Don't even know if Jaina is alive. I think Jaina is still alive. And is Jaina still a frost mage? Something. Alright, where are we going, buddy? Sorry, I have to cough. Fangs. Okay. Fang of what? Inogu? Inohu? Inegu? Inegu? Wait. What is this guy doing here? Is this a lore master?
We'll not surrender what's left of below the docks are tunnels leading to an underground fortress.
This is the guy that gives the Pirates King's retreat thing. Which That's a previous thing. Fine. Pathing. Wait. How does this pathing work? Wait. Okay. I don't want to be late to this heroic encounter, so. No time. No time to talk to that guy. That poor old guy. What the heck we have here? Nulls? Huh. Oh, so in the beginning, during the cutscene when they were revolving, like when the camera was swooping around the place, most of it was covering all the locations of the heroic encounters. At least a new heroic encounter. Give me some loot boxes so we can spin our mythical RNG. I've been known to be fairly lucky. Oh, hello there. And dead. That was quite a sound. Leaps and... Oh no, that's where... Go to pirates so I can actually go there? No, it's a party thing. I'm pretty sure that's the dungeon. But we'll hide that for now. Pretty sure that's... Yeah, that's a dungeon. Unrelated. No worries. It's the old school quest giver to do the old dungeon. Looks like the left of there. Oh, this pathing is tough. Like you have to go all the way around again to reset. Oh, if you start from one end to the other, and if it's fast enough, I suppose you can get back across to rituals. Is that where people are going? This pathing. Alright. Well, let's look at what the other major heroic encounter is like. The lighthouse, catapults, monster spot, boss spawn. That's fine. Wait, can you actually jump off there safely? Boy. I had a distinct feeling that was gonna happen. And that puts us... Oh, okay. There was something blocking me from advancing. I can't tell where I'm going. Hello? Okay, alright. I think I found it. It's fun clipping and getting stuck on all the edges. Smile. That's exactly my thought. Okay. No one's interested. Feels bad, man. I think we're done. No one's interested. Oh, hey. Here's one guy. My guy. What happened to everyone else? Did they also get stuck and fall off the map too? Hey, buddy, listen. Did you bring friends? Oh, here's another friend. So three individuals did not fail to get lost. Excellent. Gee, I don't know about 3. Feel so lonely. Just the 3 of us. We can make it if we try. Just the 3 of us. All right, someone called out, so we'll just wait. We'll wait a little bit. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna set up my other power setup, right? While we're here. So, what is our second power set? Our second power set is going to be... Actually, the Blade Master, I don't have a second power set. I guess I can switch... Oh no, but it might be like cooldown dependent still. I'll have to try in a dungeon next week. They might, the power switch swapping might still be cooldown dependent, so it doesn't vindicate the problem. If you have any of your power on cooldown, you might not be able to switch power sets. That would kind of defeat the purpose of swapping single powers. Oh, no, but you can keep the power set the same. Except for the one, and only swap those. That's probably what I'm gonna do. Oh, this one's fairly short too. Actually, all of these are fairly short. What the heck? I think the catapult one is the longest. The lighthouse. Effects. Effects on effects on effects. Wow, these are fast. Alright. Well, I gotta hand it to the peeps' choices. These are some fast encounters. They're only biphasic. Only 2 phases. I can get behind that. Alright, so let's do repeatables now. So we got 25. What is this repeatable? Rock samples. Okay. Nondescript rock places. Now we're miners, obviously. Not that type of miner. I mean, I know my character is short. He's a halfling, but he's not a miner. But he is a miner. Not that type of miner, if you know what I mean. Just to clarify. Now we're mining stuff. You know. Oh, their charm. Where's the nondescript mining location? Oh. Hi-ho, hi-ho, on the fields we go. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Hi-ho, hi-ho. What did you just walk into? Explaining how we're miners, but my character is a halfling, so might be misconstrued as a miner. On the off chance that my character is too short to be considered a non-miner. You know? Where is this nondescript place? Okay. You'll let it slide? Fair enough. Give samples. Heroes on high. What else are we supposed to do here? I think that was it. Oh, leap and replenish. Charms? Alright, I'll call you Charms. Alright. Sounds... I'm keeping pretty well. How are you keeping? We are doing our usual coverage of modules, so once a week. Today is launch day for module 30. However, reset days are on Mondays, so for the next 9 Mondays, we'll be covering the casual playthrough of completing Module 30's campaign. Starting next week, we'll try to do a Dread Sanctum, if possible. Now, where is the location of you? How does one pass down there? Oh. I simply take a leap of faith. Ugh! Nice. Okay. Everywhere else is death. You've been under the weather, but we living? Nice. I'm glad to hear you're living. Hopefully you're on the mends as well. Oh, you can actually land on this. I thought it was like instant death, but I guess not. Huh. Intriguing. Okay. Sweet little setup. Thank you. Appreciate it. What in the actual tarnation is going on with this? Since when are we playing a parkour game? Alright. Is that it? Wow. Okay. That's kind of cute. Can I land here? Alright. Excellent. That's kind of a cute mission. That explains the slippery thing. I see. That's what they meant by slippery. Alright. That is certainly new. Alright, alright. I mean, I'll take it. We have to collect herbs for filters. Ah! I'm starting to feel what that guy said in zone chat. Boy, do I love getting stuck on all the edges. While pathing. Yeah. Definitely. There's no smart traversal. This is a older system. No smart traversal. Overload clipping. Let's see. Alright.
You've got the plants. Good. Can't have the crew subsisting on rum while we solve our water contamination issue. We need people with clear minds, not drunks.
Yeah, very pirate thing.
I can feel the pressure's off. Job well done. Don't get too relaxed, though. No such thing as peace in this place.
I imagine. That gives us 20. Right? Yes.
These will do nicely. I'll be needing more if I'm to find out what's causing these changes, and if there's a way to reverse it. But that can wait for now.
So I think we're at 90, right? We're at 90, so we do 2 more repeatables. Yep, okay. What's the deal with the new module? It's been a few years since you played Neverwinter. This is the second. So they're re-releasing old adventure zones. So this is, since you haven't played in a few years, there's a chance you might have still played Pirates Skyhold. So the Pirate Skyhold area was revamped and reintroduced. The last module was Mount Hope now. So they're like reintroducing all the older areas that were closed to TLC them up to the current standard. Current standards are each zone is populated by major encounters and minor encounters system, and they're using 10-week weekly haul as the normal structure now for the stuff. All end game, like all upkeeps and stuff, are currency based, so it's materials, and still cycling between dungeons and trials. This time is 2 dungeons, maybe 1 trial. The next one is probably trials, and that's how it is now. Neverwinter is, for all intents and purposes, a live service game, right? So live service game means rolling content, and that's what I do. I cover it for 10 days across 10 weeks, 1 day each, and then we wait another 2 or 3 months. I usually pop in on a daily basis, like for 20 or 30 minutes, pop into a random queue, play a little bit. I usually use it as a time to relax, brainstorm about things while I play. That's kind of on and off. Yeah, I've been with Neverwinter and followed Neverwinter since its closed beta days, or closed quote-unquote beta days. So you've seen this game transition from the quality of life that was dealing with making it into, I don't know, a World of Warcraft thing, right? Versus now it's more of a live service thing. Yeah, it's been quite a long time. I think we've recently caressed like 20,000 hours or something. But that's including all the idle time and all the discussion. Involving content creation and all that stuff. Alright, so we're gonna do these two. Let's see what
Spiders are infesting the swamps. The rate these
Smash
suckers breed
spooters.
will soon be overrun. The scouts have found clusters of spider eggs and are in danger of being eaten alive. We need an extra pair of legs. Your legs.
My legs, yes. I know.
Remember how Leokas had you dealing with the trappers? Well, they're back. Our latest supply runners found themselves caught in a series of snares laid out in the swamp. Most were able to escape, but we're not always going to be lucky. We'll need you to take out their trappers before we run out of runners.
You feel like you must bow or something? Nah. Minimalist. I'm a minimalist, right? This is a habit thing. There are plenty of other peeps who are still as youthful and passionate about this game in a more gamery vibe situation. I'm more of a viber guy, so we vibe here. And I'm doing minimal at most. I enjoy this. I enjoy rolling contents. This is my largely my sole source of exposure to D&D, like extended D&D. Outside of that, I usually do other things like language learning, multiculturalism stuff, mental health stuff, and play indie games. So by coincidence, today happens to be the launch of Module 30. I like showing live service games the way I approach live service games. And that's through like the maintenance and health of having a relationship with a habit forming thing like this. Right? So I'm not going to sit here and run a dungeon 40 times and try to get satisfaction from looting or something. Largely, see what they created. Then have a healthy habit with it. Oh yeah, this is the one where we stomp on the little spiders. Yes. For extra credit. I sound very educated? Well, thank you. I try to sound educated. I interact with peeps at a more like executive function level a lot of times. So we talk about healthy habits, mental stressors, executive function. Try to be a little encouraging. Usually this is the time where I do these things and then oh wait, I'm supposed to tap these things and then let them spawn, I think. Don't blow them up, please. Okay. And what was I saying? Oh, I usually do like some rants, some digressions here and there while I fill the time. I do that when I'm playing these games. Think about new topics to talk about, keep things topical. I'm more of a person who focuses on skill building and making each novelty or exposure, usually gaming, as a learning lesson. Like, how do you turn it into a learning lesson? Not necessarily life lessons, but something educational to myself. And then anyone else can obviously be an observer. Being an observer, engaging the observer, it's always a secondary objective to maximize my daily activities already. So if I'm already doing this, I feel like we could maximize it. Thanks, Charms. What do you do, may I ask? How do you oh, I was supposed to take out trappers as well. Yeah, how do you chill? And if you don't mind me asking, it may be a personal thing. Some people, I don't mind if you refrain from being too explicit. However, what are you doing now that you don't play Neverwinter? How do you unwind, maybe even professionally, or like to see what people do in the post Neverwinter life, I suppose? Perhaps ESO, if you're still into the MMORPG life, the fantasy-based MMORPG life. Perhaps ESO. Or, you know, it's kind of topical right now, Dragon Age Veilguard. That is certainly very topical. Maybe a little divisive, however. I feel like there might be a little bit of an overreaction from traditionalists when it comes to Dragon Age Veilguard. Perhaps still chilling with the more hardcore Baldur's Gate 3 type of approach, you know, with Lorien games. Or no gaming at all. That's certainly a possibility. Oh, trappers. I think there's maybe one. Yeah, there's a trapper or a darter. Or some darters in each group. But you can't really tell until you engage. Oh, there's one. Hello. Okay. One more. And then we're gonna do this 2 more times. I do this with 3 tunes. All the tanks in the game. Nope. No trapper. Okay, trappers don't chill with patrols. Trapper. There we go. Alright. There's no quick way to get back to the crow's nest, unfortunately. You can't instant change to bounce yourself back. So you always go up this slippery log. Alright. So how long was that outside my introduction? 1 hour and 50 minutes. Let's subtract like an hour for the introduction, right? I think I spent like an hour. 40 minutes, 50 minutes-ish a tune, so we got 2 more tunes. Let's see how quickly we can grab this.
Ugh, that smell. You might want to wash your shoes. Good work, though. I'll pass this on to the scouts. Tell them we're spider-free for the moment. If I know spiders, and I do, we'll need you again soon.
I don't know about spider-free, my friend.
You've dealt with them? Good. I can let Leokas know, so we can stop his griping.
I don't know who Leokas is.
Crew's working as hard as it can.
All right.
Just don't have enough hands.
So we did it. Vanity, vanity. Okay. All right, we're gonna switch over to our other characters, and let's. I really like the sound that they have. So far, I only heard 2 tracks today. Let's put up some music, different music. Our standard. And then let's change. No worries at all. It's a good question. For a long time, you strive to be the best at competitive FPS shooters. Interesting. Right? COD, CSGO, and most popularly, Rainbow Siege, huh? Once you hit the top 4,000 in Europe, you believe you decide to leave the amateur competitive scene with playing the game. I see. That was about a year ago. Ooh, not long ago, huh? Nowadays, I'm just returning to roots and playing single-player games, including MMOs and RPGs, etc. My current game is Baldur's Gate 3. So that's your story. Okay. So you're doing BG3. Not bad. Not bad. When you mentioned Neverwinter, I just pulled all the current topical D&D related things. So you're chilling retired FPS or temporarily retired FPS shooter player, huh? You don't happen to be across the Atlantic, do you? And it's kind of like late. Maybe it's 1 or 2 a.m. Or are you over here on the US of A? Typically when I think of FPS shooters, it's kind of a gamble when it's on the US of A, but if you're across the Atlantic, it tends to be like currently. Ireland, I do know someone who hangs out quite a lot when I'm doing language learning. That's currently resides somewhere in Ireland. Yeah, that checks out. So 1 a.m. maybe local time. It's either 1 a.m. or depending on how daylight savings. I think we're over that hump on the daylight savings time. Do you usually chill out late? Yep. Okay. Sounds about right. Yep. All right. So don't mind me. I'm gonna do this another couple times. I'm gonna do this another 2 times. So let's put our clock on the board. So 7:54 local time. Let's see how quickly we can get this one. You're night owls, so usually spend the day with family, then game in the AM. Oh. Are you juggling games or largely BG3? The heck? Oh, I need to go through the portal. Did you happen to watch the recent D&D movie? I thought that was a hoot and a half. Like maybe was it a year ago now? 2 years maybe? Probably even close to 2 years now. And BDO, interesting. Huh. That's funny you say that because you've been thinking about that film all day, been meaning to watch it. I think it's a hoot and a half. For sure. Definitely. I would say marks for entertainment at the minimum. it was very refreshing to see all the references though that I'm capable of recognizing even with my limited exposure to D&D. And I believe there's a follow-up, or production is greenlit on a follow-up. Don't know though. Those things are kind of difficult to gauge. Outside of that, I suppose if you're not too sweaty about lore and stuff, I recently watched the second season of Ring of Power, the Amazon series. The LOTOR Ring of Power second season. I actually find it quite entertaining. So I'm not like the hardcorest or the nitpickiest of peeps though. Not a passionate like requirement to adhere to some sort of source material. You'll admit you were kind of disappointed with the trailer after being hyped to see it for the same reason, the reference, etc. But I'll be more likely watch it anyways. Yeah, I watched it anyways. I am actually quite on the like opposite spectrum a lot of times when what grabs me. Like I enjoy watching things that other people watch or consistently talk about because it's very topical. I like to stay cultured. However, that doesn't necessarily reflect my own interest. I'm usually the guy who likes to watch artsy fartsy films. So yesterday I watched The Life of Otto, or no, A Man Named Otto or something, and it's about overcoming grief. The loss of a loved one or loved ones. It stars Tom Hanks, and apparently it was an adaptation of a Swedish film, I believe, which I haven't seen yet, to compare and contrast. Yeah, I'm more of a human condition kind of person. Be it sci-fi, you know, fantasy, Western fantasy can bridge that, but I don't necessarily think that's what D&D want to touch, nor sometimes not even like Amazon's Ring of Power touches that type of thing, where it's a very serious topic about like human health, human condition, self-destruction, nihilism, determinism, that kind of thing, fatalists, post-apocalyptic stuff. It's usually where I go. Yeah, D&D is kind of its own thing. You just finished House of Dragons? I did too, actually. Not too long ago, House of Dragons. And begun Game of Thrones? Oh, that's a long venture. Haven't gotten a chance to watch Rings of Power. The media don't seem like it. Not... it's divisive. I think overall, it didn't get canceled. So I think the media itself, the vocal minority, may not like it. But the viewership would suggest otherwise, kind of thing. It's one of those things, right? I think the nowadays media is very difficult. The louder they sing, the far apart it is from the actual reception and viewership. Like, there are shows I really like, but the media gives glowing reviews, but they get canceled due to poor viewership. I think a good example are pretty much all those very, very much 2 or 3 sci-fi every time when I get really into it, and I'm like, yeah, it's like, sorry guys. I know we're getting 9s and 10s and people are glowing, whoever ends up watching it, right? Because they're kind of sweaty and self-selected piece, like niche movies and media tend, like form of like TV and TV writing and movies, the niche ones tend to be glowing a lot of times due to pre-selection. Like if you're watching it, you're probably going to like it, kind of thing. However, viewership then ends up canceling those due to poor viewership. Not topical. Not topical. Like a recent down-to-earth movie that I quite enjoy that has left a lasting impression since the last couple months was the movie called The Holdovers. And it's about grief again, like grief, loneliness, and neglect. So it takes place in like a older New England in the United States. An older time where it features 3 characters that are combating 3 different forms of the human modern life living, and the 3 of them ended up being an unlikely band of comfort to each other, and that's kind of the premise. So that kind of paves the general type of movies I tend to gravitate towards and type of TV shows. If I sound a little touchy-feely is largely more or less why I also watch these things quite a lot. You'll watch it anyway, being a Lord of the Rings fan as a kid, but I will say I think orcs have families in the show despite them being created in the movie kind of cut you wrong. Oh, yeah, I can see that. I'm one for allowing social media to affect my... I'm not one for allowing social media to affect, but I just hope that society doesn't ruin Tolkien just to be inclusive. Your 2 cents. That's fair enough. I think things change. I think that's all I can really say about the whole 2 cents thing. Preservationist is done in for fan service, and I think at the moment I would say statistically your opinion, like your 2 cents, reflects the social market. So I think preservation will continue as to your advantage personally. For me, if I had to professionally say something, I'm a change person. Mostly when you're thinking about being inclusive, I can definitely talk about a little bit about misappropriation. However, it does not... being inclusive is kind of different from creative liberties, right? So understanding the people who are writing and creating your products and services is my probably rebuttal to whether it is disagreeably misappropriating or that it is a genuine reflection of the creator. So for example, like finding someone that's guilty of being too inclusive, yet you know you did not take the time to understand the background of the writer or the creator or the showrunner, can be a disservice to the creator. So I go where the creator goes. Otherwise, I think fans can keep up preservationist kind of thing. In the terms of the entertainment industry, preservation is pretty much at an all-time high when it comes to how lucrative it is. So I doubt it will be too crazy of a concern outside of Amazon, right? Amazon certainly can stand on its own without the backing of preservation strength and stand power, which then goes back to the whole Tolkien discussion. We still have Warhammer around the corner. As well, so we'll see if they choose to be preservationists under Henry Cavill's virality or not. For myself, if I understand what the creator intends, I think that's the journey that I'm willing to take. So if someone views that the best Lord of the Rings in their mind and they were able to secure the funds or make the vision come true, then understanding that they like that vision and I'm able to appreciate that vision from their work, that's fair game. I can totally understand though when there are obvious political strings being pulled for those kind of things. So not trying to turn a blind eye to that. I feel it's very telling when the developer or like the writer is being influenced to do something that they don't want for like political. So like for example, the stuff that feels like disjointed and dissonant tends to be when there's a disagreement between the creators and the publisher, right? That's probably when you really, so like for example, are we looking at bad actors, or are we looking at good actors where your personal preference don't line up, right? So for example, a developer can write a very, very great game and their vision is recognized. That usually is very telling. It will be of quality, creativity. It might not be for everyone's cup of tea. However, there's a difference between a developer that was hired to make a product because they're good at it, but the publisher wants a different type of product. Then you get something like, I don't want to beat down any particular game, but let's say Suicide Squad, a recent like microtransaction Suicide Squad, or the now more or less debunked Arcane Studio game. What was it called? Redfall. That kind of thing. Or even better, BioWare's Anthem. Those are probably examples of influence that was at the expense of the developer's vision, right? Am I open? Yeah, I mean, I'm a scholar, so I think I can conservatively call myself a scholar. So a collector of stories and whatnot. I believe in the person's creativity than projecting my own preferences. I think my own preferences come if I'm a creator myself, but I am not a creator or a writer myself. So I like to collect stories and stuff from other people. I think my strength is to take what I like about a lot of other things. People spend hard time, spend their lifetime honing their skills and stuff, and I take the advantage of experiencing their products, possibly through cherry picking or self-selection, and taking a little from column A through Z to synthesize into something that might be me. However, I didn't necessarily go through all the effort of honing the details myself. That explains why you feel like caveman now. Now why would you feel like a caveman now? I think people have all their preferences. The thing is, since you revealed, you're being candid forward about what you're sharing, I can be able to accommodate with ideas that would be in concordant, right? I can accommodate those ideas. Ring of Power, since you haven't seen Ring of Power, I would say there are some elements of that. So I think it might be a conservative mixed experience you may have. But I like that you're making the expression that you're still going to watch it. So, and that's pretty interesting, because I would be very curious as to what your experience is like. What your experience is like from your perspective. Game of Thrones, though, is quite provocative as well, and I'm sure you've heard it was very hard to avoid the commentary on season 8 of Game of Thrones, the quote-unquote conclusion of I'm imagining you're talking about the HBO Game of Thrones here. So. Oh, you grew up on I don't know if you're aware, but Lord of the Rings Online is still going. Like, it's being held up by pure sweat and fan passion. Like, I still get update notifications on my Steam client about Lord of the Rings Online updates. They recently had an update. I forgot what update number is. It's like update 3000 or something. So Lord of the Rings Online is still going. If you ever want to hop into reading fan fiction and whatnot, I don't know how they're managing to keep that project alive. I remember way back, I think maybe 10 years ago, I hopped in Lord of the Rings Online. So that might be an interesting little side fun thing to do. You just finished season 1 and you didn't think that game was still going. Oh, the Lord of the Rings Online. Yeah, I didn't think so either. Actually, when I played, I swear they said the servers were being taken down, right? And then I think it might have been resurrected in some way due to the boon of Western fantasy, right? Because Western fantasy is peaking right now. Even like Japanese outlets and stuff like anime, things that don't typically cross too rigorously with Western fantasy, lots of the anime flair deals with Western fantasy. Even Japanese games, right? Final Fantasy 16 takes place in Western fantasy, right? So Western fantasy is hot still. And look, things that dealing with this type of nature. So, and everyone's got their like versions of Western fantasy. In fact, I would argue Riot Games, which Arcane 2 season 2 came out recently, that's a steampunk Western fantasy mix. So if you wanted to see some nice French studio animation and whatnot, and maybe you don't like to play League of Legends or something, but also want something of a different take, Western fantasy and steampunk ish, from Riot Games. Quite a lot of let's throw in Western fantasy. Which also, I know not everyone likes Persona. You have to be like a Japanese culture person kind of thing. But their recent game from Atlas, the people who also run Persona, they released a game called, oh no, I keep forgetting what the name is called. It's like Fantasiomente. It's a wait. Is it like Nah, what is it? Hold on. It's a O studio that made the game. So let's see. Or one studio. It's called Metaphor. Refantasio. It's taking the like what makes the game mechanics and plot development of a turn-based RPG game, which is very D&D like, right? Like, it's taking the JRPG intersection and then using a Western approach. It's entirely written, like the script and stuff, it's Game of Thrones. Like, what I mean by that is it's using a Western approach. Intrigue, human condition, corruption, influence, that type of approach, which is not how Japanese cultured influence like Persona, like slice of life. What's it called? It's called Metaphor. Fantasio or something like that. If you type in Atlas and Metaphor. It's a really long game. And if you're interested in turn-based, like, oh, this is the JRPG kind of thing, like turn-based thing, because you want to be chill, like you're not action RPG, and it's very stylized. The story in Metaphor, like one of Persona's strengths, like Atlus's strengths, are storytelling, and they decide to make a new IP with a subset of their new studio. Like they have like a bunch of developers who form different groups. They have a dedicated group now to this series, and it takes place in a Western fantasy setting, because Western fantasy is in, like it's super in right now. So you will probably see this in the Game Awards and whatnot. When I talk about their type of story narrative and stuff, it's incredibly narrative driven. So it's, instead of doing the Baldur's Gate 3 thing where you're doing like a character creation kind of thing, this is Japanese, at least for the studio, this one, they like telling overarching like large story bits and whatnot. So less about the choose your own adventure, but more about a really, really, really deep conspiracy layered storytelling. And that's what draws people in to Persona. However, the problem can be seen that Persona is a Japanese culture thing. So you're talking about teenage life in school with paranormal activity. That usually is not very appealing to someone who may have an entire background in Western fantasy. However, now they have a game series that is steeped in that, with your classic JRPG style, very rewarding way of knowledge checking, right? So it's a Shin Megami Tensei kind of thing. So knowledge checking, it's usually like that's usually something that I would say appeals fairly well to anyone who's interested in like D&D and Tolkien stuff. Knowledge checking is incredibly satisfying. Like, you are rewarded for being smart about things, like for paying attention to things, right? So now they wrapped it all up in your classic, incredibly in-depth, westernized, like medieval royalty, intrigue, backstabbing, kind of gross, anarchistic, that kind of storytelling. So really land all feats. I don't know if it's gonna get Game of the Year, but it's certainly a Game of the Year nomination. Game Awards is right around the corner, so I would expect it to be one of the 5 nominees. Yeah, Japanese Game of Thrones. I don't want to be too generalizing, right? That don't want to generalize too much, but it's a great example of what happens if a Japanese story writer, one of the leading story writers, take on Western fantasy. So, and if you're already into turn-based gaming because you want to be chill and whatnot, like not like playing a Souls game or something, I was told that the story was incredible, and I have yet to play it myself. So actually, in the future, I might, it won't be a surprise if I will be playing it as well, along with like the Persona games and whatnot. I am a Persona fan. However, I do like that they're taking advantage of the situation and branching out to different other storylines. It sounds cool. Yeah, you tried Persona 5 and you couldn't get behind. Your old friend is infatuated. Yeah, that's I think the Japanese studio, like Sega is the publisher owner, understands that if they want to be expanding their portfolio, Western fantasy is in right now. It is so in on the Western market, right? Especially the United States, Great Britain, that kind of thing. So it's a really great move to invest like I don't know how long the game took. I'm guessing like somewhere in upwards of 4 years. So their foresight was relatively great. It's great timing. In a way, if you think about it, Final Fantasy VII was easily the first time Final Fantasy has become Western, like had a Western flair to it. So even Final Fantasy Remake, which Final Fantasy Rebirth is probably going to be one of the Game of the Year nominations as well. And then you have Silent Hill 2, right? And if you're thinking, wait, but that's not Western fantasy. That's fair. But Silent Hill 2 is a westernized title. So like the characters and stuff, they are most unemphatically Western characters. So there's a lot of interest at the moment to ride that type of momentum. I don't know. Oh, there's this one fun game that's coming out that I'm not sure. I know you say you're not into competitive shooters anymore, but there is that one game where you are a person from the future, and it's a cooperative game. You're a person from the future, and you can co-op with people to go into medieval times by teleporting modern weaponry into the field of medieval time. I forgot what it's called, but that seems like a lot of fun for someone who running guns and stuff. I even myself, I'm not the biggest person on shooters. I find that would be a fun activity with your occasional friends and solo playing skills. Unfortunately, I don't remember the title of the game. I'm sure oh no, you haven't? It's like a AA game? I think it's a AA game. You're basically a modern soldier in a medieval battlefield, and you take tanks and pickup trucks and stuff, and you mow down people in the medieval times. Let me see if I can find it. I imagine my keyword search, like medieval co-op shooter. It's probably going to come up. No, wait. With modern warfare. Hang on. It's called Kingmakers. So you should check out I feel like check out a trailer for Kingmakers. Kingmaker might be something that, since you mentioned you're leaving, you're vibing out, separating yourself from shooters. Kingmakers is a cooperative game. So my favorite, I think the trailers make it look really fun. So hopefully the game pans out. It's like thousands of units on the field. It's like Dynasty Warriors. Okay, here's some generalization. It's Dynasty Warriors, only you're a person from Fortnite, and that's it. I chose a really terrible example. Maybe like something from Apex, or maybe something from like Siege. It's basically you're the modern soldier, and it's Dynasty Warriors. So you mow down thousands, like you're in a castle thing. The trailer speaks for itself. I think the trailer speaks for itself. So, all right, I gotta find these medicinal herbs. I haven't been paying attention, but they've been covering it for a while now. I think that sounds like fun. It's like when Left 4 Dead came out, and people and then the collective wisdom was like, dude, shooting hordes and hordes of zombies with friends is awesome. Now you replace all the zombies with medieval people. And then now you can teleport trucks and tanks to the field. It's like, well, okay. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? Here's something topical. It's like, Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2. You're chilling with friends and you're mowing down, well, in this case, Helldivers is bugs, right? Bugs. So, and then this game swaps it up for the medieval setting. Helldivers 2 game of the year. I mean, it's probably gonna get like multiplayer game, right? At least multiplayer game nod this year. Yeah, Helldivers. Oh yeah, Space Marines. I forgot about that. Space Marines 2 came out this year too. Yeah, I think the whole team cooperative thing in a westernized setting, be it Western sci-fi or Western fantasy, it's like it's at fever pitch right now. There's something very targeting because it's the other market. Yeah, almost. If I'm thinking back, like if we're thinking about the profile of the game industry, right? Like the Game Awards is very telling. So the Game Awards around this time is very telling of the current target audience for these things. Obviously, with all this said, I still like to participate in these things. Usually though, I'm a little bit on the artsy fartsy side, so you'll probably find me playing like story games about mass depression and like story games about lost loves and forbidden acts of heresy. Or like some international game where like it's in a language that I don't understand but I really want to understand it. That's pretty much. And then deck builders. I play lots of tabletop stuff. So. I really, yes. And hear me out here. I haven't played Disco Elysium, but I have watched over 400 hours of people playing Disco Elysium. I do have Disco Elysium though. However, I have not had the time to record anything for Disco Elysium yet. Yes, that is correct. I do absolutely love Disco Elysium. Heavy, like the thing that attracts me to Neverwinter, or Dungeons and Dragons lore, like Dungeons and Dragons and World of Warcraft and Lord of Rings, is it's heavy text-based. It's all the text-based stuff. Like I love listening to my friend talk about their infatuation with Planescape Torment, for example. Like I like hearing people's experiences with this stuff, like book readers and stuff. So that's kind of what I do most of the time. And then for action games and stuff, I watch people play. I didn't end up on stream or on Twitch and YouTube because I don't like watching people, right? I do quite enjoy like watching people. So I watched quite a lot of competitive FPSs. Like back, not as much now, but I'm sufficiently educated in understanding the ins and outs, especially of all the esports and Major League Gaming. So I can totally understand I can appreciate it from a parasocial relationship kind of standpoint, what it may be like to try to be motivated to be, you know, the 1% in a competitive FPS. I myself have not. During my lifetime, I'm a little old. My lifetime, when my prime age was StarCraft, when MLG was happening. Like the first MLG was being formed when I was of video game age. So FPSs did not come in yet. It was RTSs. RTSs was the esports scene when I was around, having a chance. That's pretty much around the time when I was college or at the beginning stages of college. And so no FPSs. You downloaded it on your PC but never started? Heartbreaking. Oh, Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium is heckin' heartbreaking too. It's I think in terms of like the most stressful game, hear me out. This is a left field, a left ball thing. In terms of the most stressful game, and Coffer's here, the one that keeps making peanut gallery comments. I have yet to possibly convince him. The most stressful game that I've ever played, still to this day, probably is Subnautica. Both Subnautica 1 and Sub-Zero. And obviously, why am I bringing this up? Because Subnautica 2 was recently announced after like 6 years. So, and it has cooperative play, you know, because of the whole scheme of things. It has 4-player co-op actually, but I doubt I will find more than even one person to freely want to involve themselves with the wonderful stress-free gameplay that is Subnautica. You've got Subnautica online, haven't played it yet though. Yeah, it's as long as you're not, I fear deep places. I think space is okay, but underwater is still like one of those proverbial fears of being in a very dark place underwater, right? So it was a very stressful game. I think I played the one that I ended up recording. Subnautica was really far back, which there aren't any VODs of that. However, I did play Sub-Zero, and usually I keep it to an hour to 2 hours because it's very stressful to be in a dark, gloomy, vast place. Yeah, thalassophobia, which is you downloading. Yeah. I think another one that is incredibly exploratory, and it combines both the feeling of thalassophobia, and space, is Outer Worlds. No, Outer Wilds. Sorry, not to be confused with Outer Worlds, the Obsidian game, but Outer Wilds, which is an indie game, and I still have it in my library. I have yet to find a time to play it, but that game, it elicits the same type of exploratory dread. You mix the two up all the time. Yeah, me too. Like, I'm like, Outer Worlds, no, Outer Wilds. Yeah. Although Outer Worlds is great too. I think Obsidian is a great writer game. Yes, the Fallout, yes. So they were coming out of Obsidian was the writer for Fallout New Vegas, which is, you know, almost at this point one of the gold standards for writing, right? For the Western post-apocalyptic. Like, it's very hard for people to not associate Obsidian with Fallout New Vegas, right? And it's not technically their IP. Outer Worlds is their IP. Yeah. So in terms of writing, right? Because Bethesda still made all the combat stuff. So the combat stuff was still more of a Bethesda thing. Because they're already locked into the Fallout IP. But Obsidian themselves, they're exceptional writers. I think they still do the other types of game, right? Who wrote Pillars of Eternity and Tyranny and stuff? Is that still Obsidian? Not to be confused with PoE, the other PoE. Yeah, Obsidian still does their own thing under Paradox. the indie publisher. So they still do like Pathfinder-esque titles as well, like Pillars of Eternity. Would be interested to see if Obsidian decides, yeah, we're gonna take on Lorien Games in Baldur's Gate 3. Who knows? You know, they have always been the other like writer things. Thoughts of the Fallout show? I quite enjoyed the Fallout show. I don't again, I'm a dabbler, so I don't know that much about Fallout. Outside of watching other people play Fallout. So most of my knowledge comes from Fallout post the Bethesda Fallout, like the post Fallout 3 kind of thing, which the show more or less revolved around. So I thought it was quite entertaining. Fallout nerd, right? Oh, okay. So what did you think? I went into the show without heavy investment. It's been a very long time since I played a Fallout game before watching the show, but I really liked being reminded of why Fallout was quite such an intriguing setting. I really like the setup of Fallout, like how they introduce how crazy but also believable the context of Fallout, like how Fallout came to be, that post-apocalyptic setting. I love the intrigue that they were able to introduce to a larger audience. I'm like a guy who watches Star Trek, Star Trek, Expanse, the really, really long sci-fi dramas, space dramas all the time. So the Fallout show has that build. I mean, I get the whole people may be a little bit upset about like, oh, the equipment and the explosion, like the set pieces. That's fine, but man, give me the meat, right? And I absolutely loved how much harder they went into it's not just guns and lasers and stuff. It's really real. It's a scary thought about wiping the human race and having a do-over. Sorry for spoilers. I'm not sure if anyone knew. I'm sure the people who are interested in Fallout should know that that's the backdrop of Fallout. It's in the name, Fallout. Using weapons of mass destruction to do over again under a constructed leadership, right? I thought it was amazing, and based off the ending where they tease New Vegas, it's gonna happen. And it's such a great source material because we bring it back to Obsidian, right? Oh, I see why you brought up Fallout. Yeah. It's gonna go full circle. I think Obsidian has a wonderful baseline for inspiration, whatever Obsidian has written. So yeah, people are always, the diehard fan. We have to appreciate the diehard fan, right? That they're probably the one that will watch it even while complaining and squirming. I think it's a win. So there are currently lots of wins for video game adaptations, right? And then there are lots of duds as well. I think Fallout is a knockout success. And I think another game that I really enjoy that has a knockout success and will continue because they recently announced it is Edge Runner. Edge Runner kind of preluded that video game adaptations can be great, right? So Edge Runner was a great case that now games are also complemented by wonderful movies and TV show adaptations. So a lot of them, some of them are like not as seasoned, didn't quite work out. However, there's a lot of experimentation now between sources of video game adaptations and different ways to interact with your video game. So when you're interested in something, it feels like you have different avenues of engagement. So like people who like Halo, for example, which you mentioned Halo, there is a chance you might start liking books and movies and TV shows. Unfortunately for Halo, it's still going to take a while, right? It's still going to be not all of them are going to get hits, and there are going to be hits and misses. However, I kind of like the idea, and from like a person standpoint, not necessarily from the context standpoint. Like if you like Halo, that's great. If you like Warhammer, that's great. I like the idea that is also introducing people to different mediums. So like things that I worry about a lot of times when I'm thinking about gaming and movies and stuff is the different mediums you interact with. Do people like reading anymore? You know, yes, and Edge Runner is the cyberpunk anime. Yep, exactly. And it's a westernized cyberpunk anime. So it's a blend. It's kind of like what Cowboy Bebop did a long time ago, where there was like a blend of westernized culture and easternized culture. So like it became universally acclaimed in that way, where you have the mix, like the group, the people who are making it is a combination. It's a combination of groups. So because we have to remember that CDPR is Polish. The group, the overarching group that's involved in cyberpunk is Polish. So you have all this coming together, and the writers were Western writers. The animators were Eastern. So it's so interesting when everyone is on the same page and you get something even more beyond what it was. And there's going to be a second one. It's probably not going to be related to Edge Runner, which is great. So it leaves the context untouched. So they're exploring other parts of cyberpunk. And if you like fantasy, you know, Western fantasy, a lot of times you also like cyberpunk and or steampunk and or, you know, it's about that excessive detailed world building that draws people, in my opinion, that lots of fantasy lovers also associate with like sci-fi or like cyberpunk, steampunk. It's so deep and rich. Yeah, the collaboration of different cultures. Indeed. You take there is something I have to say, that there's something about the Japanese animation that really makes things pack a punch. Like their understanding of motion and energy that is bigger than life is something that I think complements well to the excessive influence and expository writing that is in like Lord of Rings and like Western sci-fi. Like if you can get through the exposition of the Expanse, like the 6th season Expanse, then you're probably someone that knows what I mean by excessive exposition to set up something that you might realize hundreds of hours later, kind of deal. And that's sci-fi in a nutshell, really. Big overarching sci-fi. I'm a Star Trek. Largely, though, I think the biggest... Oh, I'm dead. The largest watch time that I have is probably Star Trek. I rewatch Star Trek episodes on the fly all the time, so I'm definitely a Star Trekkie in that way. Okay, we have to squish these guys. We gotta tap these guys so that they don't burst. Can you guys not? As someone who has tried anime over the years and cannot take to them. I can appreciate the art behind them in regards to the topic of hard conversation, the good and the bad, the storytelling, etc. Okay. Yeah, I don't think anime if the hardest tapping source at the moment is the successful integration of the anime culture and the Western fantasy enthusiasts. And if you are able to capture that, I think it's a smash hit. So mentioning metaphor as much as possible is kind of like a big deal. It's very uncommon to be able to say that. The other early, if I wanted to give an early example of the success story, that this was still always, this had been true for a while, where you can have a anime Eastern like presentation with a Western flair, is Final Fantasy Tactics. I think Final Fantasy Tactics is quite legitimately universally acclaimed, and its story branch, like the way a story is presented, is using feudal Western setting. So, and then there's Cowboy Bebop for like westernized sci-fi-esque thing. Actually, Ghost in the Shell is fairly political too. It deals with a lot of topic about like the subconscious, and it's very topical now because we're in the age of the beginning stages of AI technology, right? So Ghost in the Shell would come into the play. Those are the, I'm mentioning titles that regardless of their anime status, it actually ended up appealing to the greater, larger Western audience. And, you know, away from the other type of medium that I feel is quite fan servicey and it's a little too niche for individuals who are interested in things like Western fantasy. Coffers is more familiar with that side of things. I'm kidding, I'm also fairly familiar. I interact with youth that tends to like the very particular niche side of anime culture that does not appeal necessarily to people who mention Lord of the Rings. It's true the other way around too. It's very common the other way around as well, where anime fans cannot really negotiate or understand what makes like Game of Thrones interesting, or what makes elves and dwarves and clash of racism, and you know, talk about how longevity affects behavior between two races that legitimately live differently and whatnot. That type of thing is not very interesting than your fan service. You hear the Enterprise art case collection season 1 through never watched Star Trek before, but it was going cheap, so you added to the media. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Enterprise, without saying too much, Enterprise is the only one that got canceled early. I don't know if that factors into anything. There was a slump in Star Trek, and Enterprise only had 4 seasons because it got canceled. It's the only, I think historically it's the only Star Trek that got canceled. All the other Star Treks run 7 seasons, and they're the full fat seasons. They're the Netflix fat seasons before they were Netflix. So all the episodes are like 48 episodes long, and they're full season episodes. They all ran 7 seasons, except Enterprise. Enterprise was canceled at season 4. Oh, and for the record, you mentioned that you grew up with Lord of the Rings. I did not grow up with Star Trek. I watched Star Trek 2 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago. All of it. All at once. Back to back to back. And fell in love with it. Or especially the writing. And then, you know, Star Trek is being rebooted now for the modern audience. And then it's kind of like Rings of Power all over again, right? Rings of Power all over again. The reboots, all those reboots, it's the same, right? Picard, I watched all of Picard, and Strange New Worlds, Lower Deck, which was the animated series, Prodigy, and it's definitely different. It's definitely different. So that might be other people's cup of tea. I can definitely understand how it would get more people into Star Trek. And then for the sweaty people, the new devout sweaty people, they might go back to the original ones, the original sets. Kind of like Battlestar Galactica as well. That's a good example. I have not gone back to the old Battlestar Galactica, but I did like 2004's Battlestar Galactica. The quote-unquote modernization of Battlestar Galactica. You collect physical media from thrift shops and just pick it up because it looks cool. Oh, interesting. So, may I say you're a healthy hoarder of sorts? I know hoarder has a negative connotation, but sometimes I like how people are proud of the idea that they enjoy collecting things. And I'm not using it as a more of a problematic thing, but would you say you're someone who has an incredibly large collection, perhaps even a storage unit of stuff? I have a very non-sustainable, unhealthy relationship with material goods when I was younger, or I recognize that I may have a compulsory problem, so I'm not one that collects a lot of physical media nowadays. I'm most definitely someone who is much on the minimalistic side. Watching the Big Bang Theory show and seeing all their Star Trek, I found it to be a little too battleships and blasters as opposed to the mainstream Star Wars, but once again, I'll be more likely give Star Trek a bash. Yeah. So, wait. So you find it to be a little too battleships and Star Wars? It's actually the opposite. And I think that's kind of funny because Big Bang Theory, this is a left ball field too, because a lot of people would say like, oh, you're kind of open-minded, so you must have a lot of objections to Big Bang Theory. I actually really love Big Bang Theory. It's one of my favorite comedies of the modern TV era, for very, very different reasons. So reasons that cannot be expressed. Is very difficult to express because of life. It's like about compulsions and OCD and whatnot. However, Star Trek is the opposite of Star Wars. Actually, Star Wars is usually, in my opinion, the one that is characterized by pew, lack of story writing and narration and stuff. So it's kind of interesting that you got the impression that it's about battleships and blasters and stuff. I think the irony here is probably they decided to highlight that part of Star Trek because it probably be more casual forward. So they made Star Trek sound like Star Wars. Like the running gag to people who like Star Trek is that Star Wars is constantly about set pieces and battleships and pew and lightsabers, while Star Trek is spending 30 minutes sitting around a couch talking about the ramifications of interloping on a first encounter things. So that, like, the moral dilemma and the ethical concerns about interfering with a foreign culture or an alternative species, like, I think the vast majority of them is the runtime is standing around in their seats talking about moralities and whatnot. You haven't gotten that far yet. I mostly collect movies that I enjoy and want to physically own rather than owning it with a license. Yeah, like buying a license as opposed to owning the physical thing. Yeah. haven't picked up a movie in a couple of months. Healthy obsession for now. Oh, excellent. Excellent. I think it can be manageable on a scale. It's nice to know that one has discipline, right? It can be really large scale. The thing is, the discipline also have to match that, right? Sometimes it can spiral really out of control. Actually, some of my closest friends would be more able to comment on how they eventually their hobby ends up spiraling into something that I felt that was a little unsustainable. However, they kind of managed to find a balance of sorts. For a long time, it started with like Magic the Gathering, right? Trading card games, TCGs. For me, that I realized that I can't sustain material collecting. So nowadays, thanks to the irony is thanks to not really owning things, right? Like licenses and the digital age, that I can own lots of things, only it doesn't physically destroy my living, my like interfere with my physical living. So I collect a lot of things. They just happen to not take up physical space. That's what I can say. So you mentioned Steam and I mentioned Steam. Let's just say I fall under the category of the hey, this catalog looks cool, let's just buy it. Well, that's 100 games that I might not play. So that's definitely a thing. You're a avid Big Bang Theory? I watch Big Bang Theory on like shuffle. I watch Big Bang Theory on shuffle. The reason why, here's a little short story. The reason why people think that I might not like Big Bang Theory is because of my political correctness, I suppose, when I speak a lot of times. And I am I was a scientist, right? And I also had groups like that. And I did largely interact with all my close friends have PhDs. So, including myself. So, however, we did drive to comic book stores. I did. Most of us had problems with compulsions, or like some sort of extent of compulsions. And yes, a lot of those things are actually quite to the extreme, but they do exist. And some people thought that I might be offended by the portrayal of that for comedy purposes, right? Like it's poking fun, it's making light fun. And honestly, for me personally, it's incredibly relatable. Now, there are other comments about Big Bang Theory, right? Misogyny and whatnot. And yes, it could make it like it could popularize and normalize that exposure, but it's not like it's untrue. It's funny because there's not only an ounce of truth, at least for myself, it's actually quite inherently true, even to a bigger extent for myself. So the ironic thing that people look at me and talk to me about is the idea that you don't have to do those things. You don't do those things, but it's not like you don't think about those things. So comedy itself is an expression of things that is unhinged. So in a way, if you know that someone think about those things, does it change the idea of what the person ends up doing? It's like, well, I don't necessarily think so. This goes back to a Star Trek episode about thought crimes and like if thoughts are the defining manner of people's actions. There's a hypothetical planet. There's a hypothetical planet that they visited, the Star Trek crew, that removed crime. Like they claim that they removed crime, no crime happens, due to the invention of thought reading. So what they did was they removed all criminal thought. So if you think something, you can be committing a thought crime. and how the crew interacts with that group is one of the premises of the Star Trek episode. That's why I like Star Trek, because every episode deals with hypothetical like that. Like, well, what happens if, I don't know, you visit another hypothetical planet in which the whole planet's hierarchy system is based on social media? As in, what if every representative, every policy and stuff is implanted? It sounds like a Black Mirror episode. I know there's actually a Black Mirror episode too. I think it was like season 3, episode 1, where everything was based on voting, like thumbs up for representation, thumbs down, and then what if all the markets and everything was regulated by that? So that kind of thing is, and then think about writing for 5 different shows, 7 seasons each, you know, over 100 episodes. then the idea well might get a little dry, but you would think they would run out of ideas. But man, those guys. As a kid growing up, you just found Star Trek a little too nerdy along the lines of, yes, I liked 2001: A Space Odyssey as well, and Battlestar Galactica. It's just an age thing to me. I agree. And all the things I'm saying now, I still like Star Wars when I was younger. So I watched I liked Star Wars and Disney films and, you know, LucasArts stuff. And now, maybe like the last 3 or 4 years, I think it's been maybe, I was in college when I watched 2001: A Space Odyssey. And then a little after college into graduate school, I watched Battlestar Galactica. And then only like 3 or 4 years ago, Star Trek. And of course, I picked up all the Black Mirrors and Alter Carbon and 3%, Dark, all the darker sci-fi stuff. That phrase, like a Black Mirror, alone makes me want to watch it so I can understand why the hype is about. Yeah. And the thing that people have to get over, the hump though, the hump about Star Trek is there aren't set pieces. Like, what I mean is there's actually not lots of laser battles and pew pew. So if you're used to like Peter Jackson or something, that's not going to be your thing. It's a lot of standing around and pointing and posturing and dialogue. And that's kind of an old hat thing. I guess it comes with age. But I really enjoy that I can watch Star Wars with my Star Trek. I feel like it's a universal understanding that it's a universal understanding that you don't understand. Wait. Oh, it's the universe that... Wait. Can you clarify? Sorry. I'm having a little bit of a difficulty understanding that last statement. Oh, the Black Mirror stuff. Oh, I see. Yeah. Here's something. I don't want to sound like it's hyping, right? I'm talking about the things I'm interested in. Hopefully I'm not setting you up for disappointment. Hopefully I'm not setting you up for disappointment. I'm expressing like the things I find interesting, which may not be what other people find interesting. One of the separating factors that I really enjoy about Star Trek that isn't in Star Wars is its fundamental position of what the human race is doing. So Star Trek, the human race is in a utopia, as in the human race achieved perfect equality, as in there's nothing else for the human race to experience outside of encountering and discovering other races and other like life in the universe. Star Wars is a dystopian. So there are very, very few science fiction premises that paint humans as the quote unquote master race, as in like the race that isn't self-destructive. Like it still talks about it in their past tense. So they talk about the human juxtaposition, the self-destructive nature of humanity and stuff, and all of that stuff in the past tense. So in Star Trek, humans achieved utopia, and then using all the experience that they have, that's the perspective that they're going into, visiting other cultures and other species. So Star Wars is purely a utopian. Everything about the humans, it constantly revolves around how humans are the scourge of the universe, and then everything else is even more scourge worthy. Like, it's highlighting all the physical conflicts and selfishness that is represented and projected by human nature. So even all the other races and whatnot are extensions of human flaws. In Star Trek, the characters you follow are exemplary of the human race. They are the, outside of like the other intrigue and stuff. So it is taking a position where humans are the enlightened ones, and they're trying to seek enlightenment, and like more enlightenment, and be challenged about their higher position. So that's kind of why I find, if you think of it that way, it's a very different way to present the thing, right? Oftentimes it's always about overcoming human flaws. Like, what is Star Wars? Well, you must use the Force. You know, what is the Force? Well, it's a representation of all the like sins, and you can extrapolate so much from like guilt, you know, the dark side, and it's constantly talking about human flaws. We're just chatting back and forth about our interest in your okay, thanks. And oh, that's what utopian means. They kind of embarrassing. Oh yeah. I don't, sorry, I'm not sure if I needed, I didn't know if you were familiar with those terms. Yeah, dystopian is basically everything sucks. And utopia is everything's perfect, right? So usually if you're thinking about science fiction, like compelling science fiction, they choose dystopian. Something happened, it's post-apocalyptic, humans suck, and humans are trying to save themselves from themselves, that kind of thing. That's usually, I would say, 90% of science fiction is humans saving them from themselves. And Star Trek still does that to some extent. It's a lot of times they do it in a clever way where like, oh, these are the humans of old versus the humans of new, right? And your characters, your cast of characters are always representative of the gold standard of humans. Like, you have to remember that the people you are following are supposed to try to represent the best parts of being human, which is usually not how you feel about science fiction. I think in general, the most popular, and I like it, I do watch a lot of espresso depresso stuff. So I tend to watch things where the human is the worst part. Like, not worse as in like it's not entertaining or not compelling, it's the worst parts, as in the part that makes you feel things. Like someone suffering over grief and lashing out at other people, revenge and you know, familial brooding and generational conflict, that type of thing. Is it winter yet? No, it's never winter. Look at it. Do you see it's never winter? That is a classic joke, Hideyoshi. The Neverwinter joke. Although Although it wasn't your intent as you were talking about Star Wars, I think you're officially the first person to convince you to want to watch. Oh, Star Trek? Oh, really? Yeah, it's not my intent to convince anyone. Actually, like Coffers and I know each other for years now, and there's no way. Like, I would be shocked one day when he says, I watched an episode of Star Trek and I liked it. I don't think Coffers like Star Trek. I talk about Star Trek all the time. I use Star Trek references all the time. It's no way in my intention to ever convince him. Like Coffers, don't even. You know you had no intention to watch Star Trek. He does watch other things that we talk about Star Wars and other things too. But Star Trek is not for everyone. It's incredibly dry. I think the modern ones make it a little less dry. Yeah, the modern ones make it a little less dry. I think Strange New Worlds is the closest thing to the original stuff writing, but with a lot of bells and whistles, so that it can become a little bit more exciting. Star Trek Picard is in my opinion, the great overlap with Star Wars's type of storytelling. So Picard might be a great in my opinion, the closest thing to bridging Star Trek TV series if you're a Star Wars fan, because it's like not the biggest step. It's like in between OG Star Trek and Star Wars. Picard, because it follows Picard. It's a character-driven show, which Star Wars popularized, in my opinion, in the sci-fi and Western sci-fi. Because Jedis, right? Jedis, Luke Skywalker, that kind of thing. It's character-driven. Star Trek is not character-driven most of the time. There are a few exceptions and little mini arcs, but generally speaking, they're episodic. Like they're world building most of the time. So not everyone likes world building, in my opinion. The Clone Wars show was very oh yes, and Clone Wars was very successful among like people other, like for example Andor was also very successful. Andor would be closer to more of a Star Trek driven thing if it was character driven. So Andor most recently in the Star Wars thing, like the extended universe deal, whereas the movies were drama. Yeah, it's drama, character driven. The movies are drama and character driven. The Star Trek movies are the same too, and they're not. The Star Trek movies are non-canon, so they are a separate line in Star Trek. So the movies themselves also are like Star Warsy, where it's character driven. There's a bad guy, there's a good guy. You root for the good guys. You're not talking about the world because it's all exposition. If you're talking about the world, like, oh, here's a new planet. Let's spend 15 minutes talking about the politics and the situation of the planets. That's Star Trek. At least the TV shows. You slept on the question of what's the most obscure thing in English, and you came up with something. Oh yeah? What is it? Paul Weasley from Vampire Diaries played the new Captain Kirk, I believe. Indeed. Yes. I think. I'm terrible with extraneous names at the moment in TV shows. TV shows, I have a habit of being terrible with names. I think movies, actors tend to stick out a little more. The Strange New Worlds is really good. I think Strange New Worlds is for a TV show is excellent for a starter, and they're available on like Prime and or Paramount Plus, you know, because of their service and whatnot. Not sponsored, by the way. and Coffers doesn't like Andor. See, so the chances of Coffers liking a Star Trek episode is non-existent if you don't find Andor interesting. So if you don't like Andor, if you don't like Clone Wars, then whatever it is, it's not Star Trek. Star Trek is not going to interest you, in my opinion, because Andor does the thing, but with Star Wars. And if that's not interesting with something you like already, I'm not saying it won't. Still give it a try if you're brave enough or interested enough, but man, if you don't say yes please to Andor, it's gonna, Star Trek is a hard sell. It's a very hard sell. Picard requires so much prior knowledge for season 1 and 3, which is effectively a different show. Yeah. The idea is that you can still, from without a legacy for Picard, you can still feel the drama of Picard. Star Trek is not a very dramatic series outside of Picard, like outside of its iconic characters. So the closest thing you can get to of a Star Wars feel is Picard, because Picard. And then what the movies did was do the classic characters, Kirk, like Captain Kirk and whatnot, in order to elicit the Star Wars effect, or more or less the character-driven novella, as opposed to, oh, here's another cast of 6 characters that are used to perceive or balance human qualities so that they can engage in various world building by creating new hypothetical situations and whatnot, right? I think Deep Space Nine is probably the closest to a mainline series that has characterization, like very strong characterization. I think Deep Space Nine is the Dark Sheep that balance the two, and it is arguably known to be, quote unquote, the most peak, depending on that. So the next generation was peak, that it was distilled into the most least character driven show, but in Deep Space Nine it was the opposite, which Deep Space Nine followed Next Gen. So that's kind of Deep Space Nine is the third Star Trek. So there's Original Generation, which is the first, and then Next Gen, which is the Picard one, and then Deep Space Nine is the third one. Yeah. They go by their names because Star Trek 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it was kind of Enterprise is 5. Star Trek 5, I guess. And then Voyager is Star Trek 4. In like the series chronology. Let you get out your book. I really love Deep Space Nine because the first one that I watched I really enjoyed because of familiarity was Deep Space Nine, because they were character novellas, so they reminded me of Star Wars. Like the show was dedicated, it's kind of like Grey's Anatomy. If you like Grey's Anatomy or like House or something, it's not about the medicine per se, it's about the characters. So like if you're into like drama that uses a backdrop of technicality, Deep Space Nine is still kind of probably the most character driven of all of them. Like you know, yeah. So I think to me it's so much safer for a Western audience to watch character driven things. Character driven things are really good. Anime, see, the thing about anime is it can be a coin toss. Anime can be completely attached to world building, or it can be completely character driven. And the most famous, like the stuff that all the kiddos talk about when they talk about anime is the character driven stuff, because they're English speakers and in my opinion they're westernized. So you think of like Dragon Ball Z, which Dragon Ball Daima is happening right now is very character driven. I like the animes that people don't usually like. They're very niche and hardcore. Like I like Mobile Suit Gundam, like the older Mobile Suit Gundam, which is basically Game of Thrones with mech. Everyone's gross, people kill people, and everyone is traumatized. Constantly, every character that even exists, if they don't die in the series, is traumatized. Because war sucks. War is traumatic. Meanwhile, the most popular like anime that have universal acclaim and stuff is ones where characters are super people. Every character is a super person, right? So they're not concerned with, oh, I just beheaded like 300 people. Oh, I pressed this button and 400 people died, right? And then your character is unfazed by that. They have a justification, like, oh, it's killed or be killed or something like that. In Mobile Suit Gundam, in the like older Mobile Suit Gundam, the character loses even if he wins. Like, oh yeah, we won a hard fought battle, and spend the next 30 minutes talking about existential crises because that person just annihilated 100 people with a press a button because he's in a weapon of mass destruction. That's the that's the type of anime that I watch most of the time. Like I watch anime about it still can be character driven. For example, like the most recent anime I watched was about a girl who is who cannot speak. She has no voice, right? In a modern society. And it is a love romance thing, but it was largely painted around how they overcome the challenges of not being able to speak in high school. So even in that context, you still have to be aware that they're focusing on the idea that the major situation is the societal problems with dealing with not atypicals. Game of Thrones with mech is the last Super Sentai series. Oh yeah, true. That's a good point, Hideyoshi. That's a good one. OMG, Naruto is so strong. It's all the same time with Darth Vader and Ultron. Yeah. I still like watching those though. I want to make it clear that I also like watching like heckin' Mission Impossible and watching Tom Cruise do amazing acts of feat and not get penalized or anything. It always seems like, you know, the hero is like, oh yeah, this time you're going to die. You're going to pay for all your crimes, and it never happens. That kind of thing, right? So I'm totally okay with that. I'm saying that you can enjoy both, at least in my war never changes. No, war indeed never changes. Yeah, I haven't seen the new Mission Impossible yet. I have watched all the Mission Impossibles. I think there's something really beautiful and incredible about what Tom Cruise and gang does for like the entertainment industry in an entirely different manner. You know, like now we're talking about the opposite, the action junkie, right? The other part of entertainment. So totally still like my cruises and my bonds, right? My impossibles and my bonds. Yes, and I watch MCU. Not get carried away. I do keep up with the MCU, even through thick and thin, and while they're like trying to find their thing. I recently watched it was Agatha All Along. So, and I quite enjoyed it actually. Because it has which by the way, that's related to the Wicked. Wicked just came out. So if you like Agatha, it's Agatha All Along. Wicked is available, so you could get a sense of where all that started, you know? It's not necessarily Wizard of Oz, but hey, if you want, then when you watch Wicked, you might be interested in Wizard of Oz. Where did Agatha get his themes? No, Agatha is not connected to Wicked. I'm talking about the theme. Agatha is a witch, and they do Wizard of Oz things. So Agatha, their approach to the series, it takes out a tinfoil hat. No, the theme, yeah. Agatha ended up doing a Wizard of Oz thing, which is great. I think it's very refreshing to take a break from the whole MCU multi-universe, multiverse kind of situation. They still kind of fit that in, but more in a mystical way, in a Wizard of Oz way. So if you're into wanting to regale in witches and potions and stuff, Wicked is a great way. And then Wicked leads to Wizard of Oz. So that's like the culture behind what they were going for. The Cavalrine, oh man, Cavalrine. Yes, I did watch Deadpool and Wolverine recently. Good guys fight the bad guys to save the world, but then there's history and lore which makes it more exciting. Yeah, yep, exactly. Wait. 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 Oh no, we're talking about two separate things. 7 was poop. Which one was 7? Oh no, we're talking about two different things actually, I think. I was thinking of Calvarine, but I don't know what that is. I was thinking of Deadpool and Wolverine joke with Henry Cavill being the next Wolverine, but I'm not sure what you might be saying. What a wasted concept when he had the goodwill to make a good movie. Cavill is 6. 7 is... Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Henry Cavill, the fight between Cruz in the bathroom. Yeah, in the bathroom. Yeah, the Cavill. Which, funny enough, Deadpool and Wolverine had a coincidental reference, and they called him Cavalrine, which is the different timeline Wolverine that Henry Cavill is, and people are like brainstorming if Henry Cavill is gonna be a Wolverine. So, but yes, the fight between Tom Cruise's character and Henry Cavill in the bathroom, that was some phonetic piece, though. I have to admit that you felt that. Oh wait, I'm looking for heroic encounters here. I totally was not focused on anything here, so I'm totally sidetracked. But this is why we play Neverwinter. Don't mind me though. Cavill is daddy. Yeah, Henry Cavill. He is most definitely a person that will make anything quite popular. I'm surprised he's not even in Wicked. Kidding. Outside that, it's probably Pedro Pascal. If there's any two, like, the new kids on, like, the new Vogue, like, peeps, it's probably Pedro Pascal and Henry Cavill when it comes to that. I mean, Ryan Reynolds, sure. Yeah, Pedro is in Gladiator 2. Yeah, that's what I was alluding to. The recent Gladiator 2. I mean, what isn't Pedro Pascal in? Yeah, I was deliberately leading you guys to the next topic, which is Gladiator 2. Which that's topical. Yeah, it just came out. Leading. Good movies? I don't know. Haven't watched them. People were mixed. From what I gathered, people were mixed. Am I at 20? No, I'm at 7. Sorry, I'm trying to find a instance where I can finish my heroic encounter because I was totally not paying attention. 11. Last of Us was 30% of a good show, I suppose. It's not for everyone. However, as part of like statistics and stuff, it was a smash hit. So like you know, when given that it sounds like you obviously did not like it, the others did like it. I did not watch it, so I don't know. I don't know myself what my thoughts are. Let's see. 11. I went to 11. I'm not sure where the peeps are. I reckon the second season will be good. Possibly. Yeah, the second season, if it's gonna follow like Last of Us 2, it's good. Last of Us 2 was incredibly divisive on a little bit divisive on its story elements. So it can be a little mixed. You never finished it, fell asleep on the episode where they discovered Ellie was bitten. Yeah, well, it's not a spoil. Like, how long ago was Last of Us? You're safe. You're safe. I think for other people. I think Coffers might have seen Last of Us, the show. I don't think he's ever played the video game. I haven't done either. Yeah, you never know with folks, indeed. What'd you call it? I have not played the game, nor have I seen the show. However, I've seen people play the game. And I have friends who have enjoyed both. So. Oh, they're ITs. Ring of Power is 2% good, but completely forgettable. I found Rings of Power to be entertaining. So, that's probably what I'm gonna say. And then, I think it was divisive. Ring of Powers was like a 60-40 split in terms of statistics. 30% good doesn't mean 70% bad. I didn't say that. I think that's an assumption you're making. I'm saying 30% good is 30% good. It's 30% good is not 100% good or 70% good. So, I don't think binary. So hopefully that clarifies things. I think that's an oversimplification to think that the 30% good means 70% bad. That would be a logical fallacy most of the time. When I think of 30% good, I'm thinking it's not 70% good. Same scalar unit. So no logical fallacy there. But you would be correct. Like, I would totally agree that 30% good is not 70% bad. So you don't have to clarify that. It does mean that you're not above 50% good. So, and also something bad doesn't mean you don't watch it. Let's make sure our logics are intact here. So when I say something is statistically bad or whatever, divisive and whatnot, my interest is not a proponent of that. I will tell you if I do or not. You played and finished the first game, watched a bit of gameplay on the second, and wasn't convinced enough to buy it. Oh, okay. Miles? Alright, Miles. Hello there, Miles. Yeah, we're having a conversation on movies and shows and whatnot. Yeah, feel free to join in. And also share your, like, you know, your candid passions and whatnot. And I'm always open to, like, clarifications. I think clarifications are where the meat and bones discussion. And Doctor Who, for some reason, you still watch Doctor Who? Oh, I haven't watched Doctor Who in a while now. I think I stopped. I haven't caught up with Doctor Who. I think whoever I need to think of the one that's in House of Dragons right now. Isn't he the same guy? He's the last Doctor I watched. I don't know what season it is. I can't begin to contemplate what season Doctor Who is. Matt Smith, yes. Matt Smith is the last Doctor that I watched. Yeah. Matt Smith. Yeah. That's the last guy I watched. So it's been a really long time since I watched Doctor Who. I watched it all together, like I did Star Trek. So I watched them all back to back. And he was the only Doctor Who at the time. Like, he was the most recent Doctor Who at the time. So I completed his, like, saga or something. And then I stopped watching because I didn't go back to Doctor Who. So it was more like it was a wrap up for me. He was the most current Doctor Who at the time. Here's a Scottish fellow as well as David Tennant. Yeah. Doctor Who restarts from 1, but it's like 45. Yeah, exactly. I don't know enough about Doctor Who now. Doctor Who was big in the UK but never got to see it over here. I think, yeah, I could see that. I have many Doctor Who conversations. Like, anecdotally, I've had more Doctor Who conversations than I had Star Trek. So I don't know what that means in terms of, like, if it caught on or not. I think I had more Doctor Who conversations than I had Disney movies. Kids are not interested in Disney movies. I don't know. Too edgy for Disney. I still talk about, like, Mulan and Lion King and whatnot, and Pixar films, but I don't think that's really an average discussion that I have. Series 5, yeah. Series 6, yeah. I know. Yep. Yeah, because there are prior series before the modernization. It's like kind of like Battlestar Galactica. I say Battlestar Galactica 2004, but that is Battlestar Galactica 2, and it's actually like, oh, the thing that makes Doctor Who unique though is all of its canon. So, like, they're serially related to each other. So by technicality, they're using a writing convention that makes it technically the thing. It's kind of like a Batman situation, and a Batman situation, or a symbol situation. So I was thinking of another example when I said Batman, and I forgot what it was. It was exclusive on British channels at BB, hence it wasn't shown over here in Ireland. Oh, that's interesting. So you didn't get... Oh. I watched a lot of BBC over... Like, I'm... it goes about... I don't know if I made that clear. I'm from the United States. I watch a lot of BBC. I watch a lot of BBC. Not to mention when the Greatest British Bake Off show became trended up in the United States. I watched like the 5 seasons of it, like back to back, just to get with like topical with other people. Oh my gosh, I just realized what I said. No, the British Broadcasting Channel. Boy, what an unfortunate acronym for the British Broadcasting Channel. Wait, is that what it stands for? I don't even know what it stands for, actually. It might be something else, because you never know. I feel like British Broadcasting Channels sounds about right. Listen, this is a language learning channel as well, and things happen, okay? Things happen. Language is complicated. For the centennial, they had a banner 100 years of our BBC. Oh boy. Oh boy, howdy. Okay, here's one. I'll give you one. So, here's a common one that involves content creation. When you say program and you write content creation. So then you get the acronym content creation program. Or content creation program. That's happened. It's actually related to Neverwinter, actually. That was a thing too. So, you know, it happens. I'm very far behind, so I guess we're just gonna end our Neverwinter with our Neverwinter content today when we're finished. So, I was gonna play some Cobalt Core, but that's not gonna. We had too much good discussions, which is great. Right, that's the whole intent. Yeah, kind of like Game of Thrones. Oh, so you guys didn't get Game of Thrones in Ireland, or how did that work? When you said it's kind of like Game of Thrones, you finished watching The Penguin. Oh yeah, you did mention you were gonna watch Penguin, right? I have not seen The Penguin yet. I did watch all of Gotham. Did you watch all of Gotham? I actually thought it was fantastic, especially if it's regarding the Penguin. I actually quite like the Penguin character in Gotham. I think Gotham is somewhat of a sleeper thing. You can't get HBO in Ireland, so so you had to find other alternative ways. Alternative ways to watch Sopranos. Alternative ways. The Penguin with and she was confusing him with Christian Bale's movies, and I was begging for patience. Yeah. Riddler was not. Yeah, I was not a fan of Riddler. However, I liked Joker. I liked the Joker portrayal too. Not to be overshadowed by Joaquin Phoenix's the first Joker, Joaquin Phoenix. The second movie, unfortunately, I didn't watch it yet, but there's some really deflating thing about it. However, and I'm a fan of Jack Nicholson, right? Nicholson, is that his last name? Yeah, his Joker as well. And then, Heath Ledger, fair enough. Right. I have not seen that Joker. I have not seen that Joker. From Shameless US, I haven't watched. I saw covers and stuff of Shameless, but I'm not sure if I'm familiar enough with it. The guy in the Gotham's Joker isn't he the character model for Star Wars Jedi Order? I almost feel like he is, unless I'm crazy, or like he looks like him. Is that him too? Oh yeah, okay. Like I'm like, that's how I viewed. Hear me out here. Hear me out. That's how I viewed him when I first saw Gotham. Like the character, that's his first role for me. So when I saw Star Wars Jedi Order drop, I'm like, oh no. I have a preconditioned problem now. I almost wanted I secretly wished that he would cackle or something, just to make a reference to his Gotham role. Oh wait, there was a Neverwinter. Hold up. You just got into Neverwinter. Any tips for a beginner? I would say, well, have you completed the adventure things? If you completed the adventure things, I think that would be the first thing, right? Journal, adventure, you're level 20. First thing is it's very linear. So the quest line will take you directly to everything. So when you complete, you'll be level 20. And then level 20 is where it starts. And then you start queuing. I think your journal is your best friend. So going through the journal is probably, yeah, most things do not scale like in this game. Like what I mean is they're really non-scaling things. So you complete things. Follow the yellow sparkly road for the time being, Miles, if you just got into it. I feel the rest kind of explains itself once you get to level 20. Deborah Wilson. The Joker and the women. So, have you gotten to level 20 yet, Miles? Have you completed your adventure stuff? If you haven't, that would probably be the first place. How about how to do max DPS for rogues? Oh. Unfortunately, I have not much to say about that. Unfortunately, I do not play a rogue. What I can say generally is that finding sources of ways to balance your stats would probably be the first thing. Yeah, I'm not a min-maxer. You're level 20? Oh, okay. Well, I can tell you about gear stuff, like I suppose. If you're able to, the idea is to do random queues, right? Do random queues. Get AD, right? You're gonna be, unless you have no resource bounds, and you can acquire AD at any time, or the Zen market if you're a spender. You're going to, I don't know if you're familiar with how stats work, but generally speaking, max DPS would deal with catering to figuring out all your companion hero powers, right? Your companion things, like the Neverwinter Knight, acquiring the offensive companion stat equipment. And then you're gonna have to fill out all your enchantments. So probably stat balance is required for max DPS. That's one thing that would be necessary for max DPS. In terms of like discipline on how you execute your powers and stuff, I don't remember the powers well enough to tell you anything about like the mechanical side of things. But generally speaking, companions would be the next step if you reach level 20. Sorting out your companions, your companion hero powers, and your mount bolster. This stuff requires not too much. I'm actually kind of curious. The Neverwinter Night. Oh, Neverwinter Night is very expensive. What about mints? That's very expensive. So there's gonna be a downside to this. There's gonna be a really big downside to this. I feel the majority of players are DPS players in Neverwinter, so the companions that will support DPS are likely going to be the most expensive. So I just typed 2, and they're quite expensive right now. So they're the 2 that gives damage modifiers. So you're looking for damage modifiers, and mints is one of the companions, which also is a thing you can buy, which, right, it's really up to you if you're gonna buy these things. And I don't know where Neverwinter Night is available either. And 3 million is a lot. Filling out your mounts and companions are a great place to start, and they have the utilities for everything else. And nowadays you see these companions and mounts, they're account bound. So what that means is when you buy this and you unlock it on one character, every subsequent character that you buy will have access to this. So you're gonna look around. I would probably suggest look around and have like a spreadsheet. Lots of people have generated spreadsheets of these things. You'll probably be the people will throw certain names at you, where they have spreadsheets where it will tell you, oh, well, these are companions you want to look for, these are the mounts you want to look for, and those things are account bound. So that means they're one-time investments for the duration of your stay in this game. Make sure that it does say account, though. I think one of the downsides is there's still non-account bound things and account bound things. So careful not to buy the wrong thing. That has happened multiple times. Like if someone bought this thinking it's equivalent to this, it's unfortunate. It's a very unfortunate realization. Outside of that, enchantments are required, but I would say that enchantments come later when you get your gear and whatnot. So until you fiddle out your gear, you don't necessarily need enchantments to acquire all the gear. Right. Yeah. MAKU, since you study both Japanese and Chinese, is Japanese just Chinese with hiragana and katakana, or is it entirely different with its grammar? Entirely different? I would say no. Hiragana and katakana. So hear me out here. I don't actually know how to. Your name looks like the 4 dragon thing. Like the 4 dragon thing. I'm gonna say it's funny you picked the choices. Hiragana and katakana is entirely different from Chinese. Yes. So hiragana and katakana don't exist in Chinese. So that's interesting. The grammar in Chinese grammar is a splice between Japanese and English. There are going to be things that naturally flow well with an English speaker in Chinese, and then there's going to be something that flows well with the Japanese thing. So if you're an English speaker who's learning Japanese, in my opinion, Chinese is in between. So you kind of just smash them together. If you're learning Japanese and English, and you have English, or if you're Japanese and you're learning English, Chinese is kind of like now outside of hiragana and katakana, kanji is almost, it is not different, not entirely different. So not entirely different in terms of everything is entirely different, but it actually is my favorite part. It's the thing that connects Chinese and Japanese. So me studying both Chinese and Japanese is completely bolstered by the idea that Hanzi, the characters that Chinese use, and kanji, they are related. So my favorite part about learning both of them at the same time is actually that they're not entirely different. And now that they're not entirely different, there are things you can relate and differ between. Now, in terms of the grammar, kind of not entirely different. And then hiragana and katakana just doesn't exist in Chinese. So that is entirely different. At least that's how I go about that. Yeah. I would say it conservatively. Oh yeah, no worries, Miles. How are you playing it right now? May I ask? Sorry, I was like sidelining Neverwinter stuff. at the how are you approaching Neverwinter? Are you just gonna play every once in a while, like daily? I think if I had to say something about how to approach Neverwinter, logging in for like 30 minutes to an hour a day, do your queues, right? You hop in, you sit around PE, they might say LFG RTQ or LFG RDQ or RADQ, right? And then you'll have like a 1000 rough diamond refinement. That. And then when you complete your gear set, which is the most recent campaign you're able to play, there's gonna be this thing called the Reaper Challenge, which usually has a 50k. You made it to level 20 one day. Yeah, generally most people do. It's made so that you get to level 20 right away. Usually it's like 3 to 4 hours. And then here's where you stack currency. So you get 100 a day, 100k a day for playing. So you want to queue up, right? Queue up, get your 100k a day. And then on RC, you do need to meet a minimum level requirement, which both of these require minimum level requirements. So the idea is that you pick your favorite campaign that you can go into, which is probably between Sharendar. You'll probably get enough for 40k. Actually, first goal, to qualify for these things, you need 30k. So if you get 30k item level, it doesn't matter how you get it. Put something on that gets you 30k. I think you can get 30k right away. You queue these up, you'll get 100 AD. You'll get 100 AD in here, and you can click on it. It's 100 AD a day. With that 100 AD, it is possible to buy very cheap things. Very cheap things to boost your item level to 50k, and you can do Reaper challenges. So whenever someone says looking for group LFG RC, and you just pop in, because they're usually successful, right? Whether 1 DPS drops or not, and you can ask them whether they're okay with it. That's usually not a big deal. And you can get these tokens, and these tokens actually trade off for things. You'll find the vendor and it'll get you other things, and that's the daily routine. That is 90% of people who still plays Neverwinter or consistently play Neverwinter, they do their dailies to get their 100k. Whichever way, you can spam any of these. There's a first clear bonus, so the first clear is worth more, so you have to clear them less, right? And you can stack this, so this balloons to as much as you want, but every day you have to click on the button. So you have to log in every day to click on the button to convert, right? So basically, play as much as you want, random queuing to stack AD for a day. Like maybe you want to go out and play and have fun or do other things, you can just log in and hit the refine button. So you're stacking currency, and when you have a time, you can also stack currency in RC, and that's the minimum. I would say that's the minimum routine that someone has. As long as you're, in my opinion, doing those, you can complete campaigns and anything at your leisure, and largely be able to eventually very quickly catch up with the current thing. Now, the alternative here is today is the launch of Pirate Skyhold, right? Like this new module 30, as above, right? As above, so below module. During the launch week of any new module, there's actually no item level requirement. So you can actually get into the zone So if there's someone else that can help you, right, through it, you might be able to get access to really quick gear, which then it would make you immediately standardize to 3000. If not, doing these random queues, you're getting money, right? You're getting money on these random queues. You are also getting seals. And there is a seal vendor through your daily, there's a weekly cap on this. Any of this gear with the seals, right? You just buy any of the pieces, fill your pieces up. This should level up all your item level to a lot closer to like the 50k. And then the rest is doing campaigns at your leisure, right? Jumping into. So the minimum thing when you get to level 20, which you got to level 20 in one day, which is usually how it happens, getting the 30k to queue up for RTQ and RDQ, and no matter what, making sure that you get 100,000 of these things to transfer. So you're gonna get rough Astro Diamonds. If you can hit this button every day for 10 days, you get 1 million, right? And 1 million will probably get you to current, outside of like the expensive best in slot stuff. The things that I clicked on here, this says 3 million, but these are best in slot things. You don't need, in my opinion, most people can complete like 90% of the content without best in slot. So you can pick up any, if you look around for spreadsheets and stuff, you can pick up pretty much anything to make yourself current, like exactly where I am with probably 1 million AD, to access whatever I'm doing now with 1 million AD. So that's 10 days. So I would say the biggest thing that you'll probably hear most people say is get your rough AD, queue up. I don't think it's usually a negative experience. It's not a negative experience. These queues are pretty consistent. You'll probably find that there are occasional hiccups where like random queuing might not be the greatest idea. Like queuing from here, you can sit in PE and wait for someone, say, looking for 3 more RTQ, looking for 2 more. Those tend to be 95% successful. Like they tend to always work out, the people who are looking for it. So instead of queuing through the game system, which I do for fun, I would say queuing through the game system is about a 70% success. And that is largely due to if you're a player that is playing a role that's carrying the weight, like doubling the weight, you can probably get away with that. Largely sit in P, look for LFGs for these things. So it's RC for the Reaper's Challenge. When you have enough, when you have 50k, or just make sure that your item level is good enough. Like pump your item level any way you could. And this is 30k for these two. RADQ is 35,000. And then welcome to Neverwinter, Miles. That is the Neverwinter life. And in like a month, if you do this for a month, you're up to standard. Like a month means 30 days, roughly. 30 days times 100,000 AD, that's 3 million. 3 million will get you pretty much all the above average things without splurging on best in slot stuff. And then best in slot stuff will come whenever you play the game regularly enough. And what I mean by regularly enough is not like play 16 hours a day, more like play 30 minutes a day, 30 minutes to an hour a day, like max. Since this is a live service game, if you're not willing to pay, right, asterisks, pay for convenience, consistent playing like your Fortnite or something, like you hop in for a game or two and then you hop out. That's how you get to like max stuff without breaking the bank, right? Without breaking the bank. However, if you're super rich, which I'm not super rich, although I kind of like doing the legwork. If you're a person that's in a hurry, then probably money is gonna solve that problem. I mean, obviously that's why this game still has microtransactions and whatnot. So you can look at these things. You can buy those best in slot things as well. So that is definitely up to you. I personally don't believe that's required. And if you like playing games in short, like you have 30 minutes to chill and hang out, that's kind of the lifestyle that I would say fits well with the Neverwinter team, like the Cryptic Studios or Dika, the way they develop their games. And every 3 months, there will be a new module, 3 or 4 months, like this. And every module, between every module, there will be 2 or 3 seasonal events to keep you busy. Yep. Buying everything takes the fun out of it. It makes me feel more good about yourself when you work for it. Yeah, that's the spirit. Yes, exactly. So, I would advise, in my opinion, I wouldn't advise playing this game like really, really long, in long sessions, because it can burn you out. This game's content is meant to play as a live service model. So for example, I have 3 tunes, right? I have 3 tunes and I played the 3 tunes for upkeep, but I'm doing the same thing 3 times. And you'll notice that in your campaign, almost all the campaigns are locked by weekly. The nice thing about being a new player is, though, as your item level goes up, you have lots of campaigns. When you get current, it's only 1 campaign. And every single campaign is weekly locked. So it's about playing once in a while. So it can get very, I want to say psychologically, I don't want to advertise to or encourage a person to get burned out. In the beginning, it's going to feel like that. You have tons of things to do because you have to fill the weekly haul of every single campaign. However, you don't have to do it at that pace. You can choose to work on one a week if you want to do another one in a week. It's deliberately locked behind weekly progress because the game is extended. So in this module, it's 10 weeks for each module. But I really only do the campaign once a week. It takes less than an hour to do 1 character. So I actually have 3 different characters to like do my thing about presenting the content and stuff. Unfortunately, I don't play a rogue. In this, I play the 3 tanks. So I play a paladin, a barbarian, and a fighter. Those are my 3 classes. However, you will most definitely be able to find someone who plays a DPS, especially a rogue, because rogue is, without overgeneralizing, rogue is probably one of the most efficient at the moment. You know, outside of the special control requirements of being a wizard, right? So I think you will have no problems finding your DPS. What exactly do guilds do in Neverwinter? Trials and dungeons. That's pretty much what guilds do. And like some stats, maybe like boons, guild boons, and access to specific things like stuff. But generally, so you can get into dungeons and trials. So you don't have to like look consistently if you're in an active guild. Lots of the guilds and stuff have been consolidating consistently because the player base is steadily declining. Like it's it's like a normal depreciation. It's not a depreciation due to something catastrophic that Neverwinter, the developers have done. It's a natural recession because of more and more games. If there are more and more games competing, then there's a natural division of people's attention, right? It's more that a natural decline in the terms of there's just more games. And it's not a incline, it's not an increase, because I don't necessarily think the developers, based on their design language and whatnot, are taking risks, right? So they're not tanking because of a divisive gamble. They aren't also excelling because they took a gamble. So usually they play it safe. So eventually you kind of want to see the game steady and then maybe slightly tick upwards as the days go. And that's kind of what live service hopes for. You've been learning Chinese, but you're debating to just learn Japanese instead because Japanese has all the Hanzi. Interesting. So you're gonna head to bed? Take care, Miles. Yeah, I hope you enjoy Neverwinter. Feel free to stop by and share your experience every once in a while. I don't stream Neverwinter, but you're always welcome to ask or talk about Neverwinter. I seldomly. I stream like once a week every time a new module comes out for 10 weeks. About it. Yeah. Sleep well. Good luck. Does Japanese have all the I guess if you're like talking about, if your interest is like the character, like Hanzi, it's true. It's true that the Japanese have most of the Hanzi, if not modified versions. So if that is your major learning thing, may I ask, why did you start with Chinese as opposed to starting with Japanese? I don't know what to call you, because I know that character is the 4 dragons, but I guess I could call you Dragon. That dense character, I remember someone, it might be that person's not around anymore. That person likes exotic characters, but it kind of reminds me of the super dense 4 dragon character. So you can't read it on a text, like it's unreadable because of text boxes are too small for that. I'm just gonna refer to you as Dragon for now. May I ask, why'd you start it with Chinese instead of going into Japanese? Oh, by the way, Charms, I'm not sure, since this is the first time we're meeting, I spend all my other time, like the rest of the week, not playing Neverwinter. I usually do language at the moment, so I'm learning Chinese and Japanese. Total random event that I came up onto Twitch upon this stream, but man, this was something I've had in a minute. Oh yeah, no worries. I'm always up for these type of conversations. Actually, I do this while I'm learning Japanese and Chinese. I can't tell you how many digressions. I call these digressions. Deep digressions. They get really deep. When I meet a new stranger who's willing to talk, usually I end up going 6 hours over. So don't feel worried. If you want more of this, feel free to drop a comment and I'll probably have something to say about it. I get on for the sake of discussion, right? For the sake of discussion. Otherwise, I could be playing these games alone. That's usually probably more conducive to that task. So definitely do not feel you started Chinese because you were super fascinated with the Hanzi. Oh, so you're interested in the characters. Oh, okay. But as you started looking more into Japanese, you found Japanese use mostly all Chinese characters. They do, outside of katakana and hiragana. Yeah. And may I ask, you're considering Japanese because there's more than just the character that interests you in Japanese? I would say if that is true, like I'm being a little presumptuous right now, so let me know how close I am. If the Japanese culture and other things interest you, personally, you can always come back to Chinese. So from a developer standpoint, like a skill development standpoint, go with the one that you have more interest in. Like removing the need for finding a source of motivation is, I would say, nearly a necessity to support language learning, especially the acquisition of another language. So if Hanzi is the only, like, it's the biggest factor that interests you in Chinese, you can get that same feeling, that same interest in Japanese. And on top of it, if the Japanese culture, medium, anime, manga, and stuff is interesting to you, Chinese does not necessarily have that. It does not have an accessible way to interact. There is Chinese, like, it's on the uptrend, but those things are not readily available as Japanese. So that's something to consider, of course, right? So let me know if I'm getting a little warmer. I asked that, it's a very common question, and usually Japanese ends up leaning out because of its trendiness. Like, lots of people are interested in the uptrend in Japanese culture, and Chinese is only beginning. That's that can be a very tough thing to make learning fun, like language learning fun, if the language you're learning doesn't interest you in a deeper manner, at least in my opinion. So, and the characters both exist, yes, but that already normalizes with each other. You're not going to necessarily miss the characters themselves. Their meanings are used slightly different. However, I found that out to be my favorite part about Japanese and Chinese characters, how their meaning shifts and the relationship between them. However, if you only have one time, like time enough for one thing, I think choosing the one, in my opinion, choosing the one that most interests you more than the characters, like it goes beyond the characters, is likely going to be the winner. Because language learning is a very long journey, and you want to have fun and, right, be sentimentally invested as much as you can. You don't eat your favorite things all the time if it's not your favorite thing, right? That's what streaming is about, is like what you were saying about Grey's Anatomy in the background being a hospital, but it's about the drama, the character building. Indeed. It's not about watching someone play video games, it's bonding over similar interests. That would be my purpose. Yeah, like I am using the content for that, or at least I'm using it as a excuse to start discussions. So obviously I won't speak for other content creators. There's no way, like, other content creators might be, no, it's product placement, or it's a source of income, right? So those things can interfere. If conversation and bonding and conversation don't necessarily lead to business lucrative partners. So you can definitely see that if you're opportunistic about things, being concise and short to the point is a business oriented thing. So I don't want to throw shade at any particular alternative way of approaching content creation, right? So my bias is I prefer to have long-winded discussions on an unscalable manner, because that's kind of why I stream. So I wanted to make that clear. You're not making any inconvenience for me. Actually, Neverwinter, this is what I did when I was streaming Neverwinter, by the way. I used to be a Neverwinter, like, content creator thing for a bit, and the only content I actually created was I play Neverwinter, but it's a backdrop because Neverwinter used to be a social platform, right? It used to be like what World of Warcraft was. Before, when World of Warcraft and Neverwinter, that stuff was around, there wasn't Facebook, social media, YouTube comment channel, like that type of thing. So these were platforms that I used to talk to people. And the players on here, the older players on here, they still kind of use for the drama and character building when they are discussing things. So that's kind of like an old aspect. It's the MMORPGs used to be the social platforms of yesterday. And what a great way to bring it full circle using Twitch and an MMO. So that's kind of what I do. Oh, and also your character is Zhang. Well, the pinyin of it is that. And I also do notice that as well, that many people switch from Chinese to Japanese. Yes, I would say so because of its accessibility. There's a lot of accessibility for the Japanese. Oh, so Jiang. Okay. Jiang. I'll call you Jiang from now on. But I do agree with your statement in Chinese, which is why I asked a bit before if a Japanese person can read fully Hanzi sentences. They cannot. However, they can guess really, really well, very reliably, in a way. So, that's also what I mean by Chinese will always be there. I learned Japanese first because it was the most unfamiliar to me. However, my passion for Chinese is elevated by my interest in Japanese. So I think at some point you'll be able to come back to Chinese with even potentially even more enthusiasm than you have for now. If Chinese Hanzi is the reason you started and you might not have developed other interests, I think having the breadth of Japanese knowledge, kanji, and its like culture and stuff can make it even more interesting when you return to Chinese. I don't think it is so different in a manner that one cannot both be competent in Chinese and Japanese at the same time. I actually think they elevate each other a lot of times, at least from my personal novice opinion. Since I'm learning both, it's very clear that my interest in Chinese is elevated by my interest in Japanese. If we're talking about the language aspect and the culture aspect. Actually, a lot of times, I grew up, so as a disclaimer, or for disclosure, my parents are Chinese, and I am a Chinese American. So English is my bridging language. It's my common language I use for this type of thing. And my parents and I actually speak a dialect of Mandarin. So it reinforce a lot of my Mandarin understanding. I'm actually learning Mandarin because I was illiterate in Mandarin, and I have lots of confounding pronunciation conflicts with Mandarin because of the dialect my parents and I speak. Japanese was part of my life the whole time too. As far as I know, as I can perform complete sentences, I've listened to Japanese. So since I was 5-ish with gaming, right? And thank you, Sega, which funny enough, I started learning Japanese and Chinese because of Sega again. So like way into my years. So I would say go with the thing that's most interesting, and the other one, you will find the associations. It's not fully the same. However, it's similar enough in the sense that you can use that as a leaping point to acquire the other language, in my opinion. Also, is it similar to like English to Spanish type of difference? Yeah, actually, I could comment on that because my second learned language was actually Spanish. I grew up in the United States, so Spanish is often offered. Spanish, German, and French. and I actually learned Spanish, and I would say the relation is quite like that. It is actually quite like that. English and Spanish relationship with Chinese and Japanese. I think it might even be closer. Chinese and Japanese relation might slightly even be closer. Slightly. Some people who learn Spanish will say, oh yeah, but the Spanish has conjugation systems and whatnot. It's like, well, Chinese also do not use the same, like, they have a variant of how subject, object, verb is organized and stuff. So you still have all the grammatical differences between Chinese and Japanese. But English and Spanish also have grammatical differences. However, the learning process, when you're focusing on like reading and comprehension and whatnot, it's actually, yeah, that's a great way. It's a great way to see the parallelism. That kind of what pulls you towards Neverwinter, the social aspect, like WoW. Yeah, I was a WoW vanilla person, so I use WoW as a platform to socialize. Like, I logged into WoW to talk to people, and I used to log into Neverwinter as well to talk to people. A little much later, because Neverwinter came way later. But yeah, I was an OG WoW player. And I wish I could have learned Spanish in high school rather than French, but another life, I guess. Hey, French is pretty good too. I've met a lot of French people. Top 3 languages right now in terms of like secondary language acquisition. English, Spanish, and then French. And then I think the third place is kind of a mixed bag right now. It's between French and Hindi in terms of like the standardized Hindi in terms of like secondary language statistics. So like population statistics. So French is pretty big. Pretty big. Oh, and you're still the same person that showed you the 4 dragon. Oh, you are. So you renamed yourself. Yeah, and you've gone long, but okay, so I was referring to you. That's kind of awkward. Yeah, I was referring to you when you, like, I still remembered when you showed me the 4 dragon character. Okay, so you picked a different character then. Okay, yeah. Okay, I didn't want to guess, but it's not very common. People are not interested in exotic characters, right? And you reminded me of yourself, which is funny because you, just to be clear, you still are the only one that has a super selective attention for the characters, like exotic characters and like that type of thing. So welcome back. It's a long time. It's been a very long time. We still do language learning. It's funny because you picked the one day that I decided from now on I'm going to take a day away from language learning to do Neverwinter and like other things. So you of all the days, right? But I'm still like Duolingoing and all that stuff and talking about what other stuff people are doing and whatnot. It's still there. I absolutely love it. Still going strong. I hope you're doing well. You were moving, okay, and you just got situated. I hope it's a good move, right? You're not moving because of, okay, I know I sound a little cynical, but generally speaking, hopefully it's a good move. A lot of times during this day and age when people say they're moving, it's often not a good thing. As in, like, because moving costs a lot of money and it's like a financial, like, risky thing. It's a good move. Okay, good. Awesome. Yeah, nowadays wherever you are, moving kind of sucks in general, like from a financial standpoint. Nice. And well, welcome back. How is your new place? You grew up playing the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 with your legs crossed rather than owning a computer and playing World of Warcraft? I did have a PlayStation 1 and a PlayStation 2. And I dumped the PlayStation. I stopped playing PlayStation, like buying PlayStation 2 stuff for WoW. Funny enough. I absolutely loved World of Warcraft when it was a social platform. It's the same reason why people are addicted to social media now. Like, I sound like a boomer at this point, but because of the World of Warcraft thing, I no longer have a desire to be part of social media in the same way. But it was like that to me. It was like that to me. World of Warcraft was the Facebook platform. It was the beginning of social media, in my opinion. Like, it was a platform where people are represented by avatars, right? Avatars. Does this sound like metaverse to you? It was, you represent yourself as avatars. All the extension of your merit is based on what you do in that virtual environment. And you speak and you catch up with people as though they are your friends. So naturally, when I finally had enough money and stuff and to go into PC gaming, I became a PC gamer. And to this day, it's very difficult to convince myself, if I don't have like a lucrative stake in console gaming, to purchase a console. By all means though, Sony is doing incredible things. It's wonderful that Sony is continuing to like be competitive, in the sense that other people will have to be competitive for gaming purposes, right? In platform. Really good so far. How was my Inktoberfest? It's funny you added fest. My Inktober went really, really well. Done. It was very, very good. It's all up on the channel, so you can quickly view all the different pieces that I made. But Inktober, I made it themed. It's all Japanese and Chinese. So every single piece had a Chinese or Japanese element to it. And then I added whatever interesting character or thing that would capture the meaning. So it was grueling. I had a wedding to attend during Inktober, so we had a bit of a catch up. Yeah, it was fun. I can't wait for next year. Or I can wait for next year. I think that's the sentiment. I can't wait for next year. And now I gotta pick up more like ideas and stuff to draw for Inktober. I think I might do animation next year. We might do animation stuff, maybe like a 30 frame short animation or something, to like do something different. Or we could do some Blender renders. Blender renders would be fun. Creating rigs. I thought there was another idea that I have put on the back burner because of PC constraints, that people mentioned again, and I'm like, yeah. And that's doing a infinite scroll piece. Infinite scroll piece. What's wrong with your ears? What happened? Offers, what's wrong? Is it because I said the A word? Yeah, I was gonna do an infinite scroll piece. Maybe I'll do that too, once I get like a computer that doesn't bottleneck in virtual memory. Hearing the A word? Oh, what's wrong? Animation. Animation's great. We're gonna... I mean, I already done a little bit of animation in the back, so hey. I mean, you're supposed to be the one that's gonna help me with these animations, right? Coffers. Low-key, Coffers might end up having animation skills that I can tap into, you know. I like when people have skills that I can farm. You're more than likely to get a PC again and use it to foolish MMO-wise. Okay. I think... Hear me out here. Hear me out. This is going to be an unpopular opinion, Charms. People who enter their later stages after understanding the grueling nature of like bootstrapping through like high competitive gaming, I think honestly they're going to be the ones that best jive with the newish trend in gaming, which is like gaming as a lifestyle choice, if you know what I mean. Because you are able, in my opinion, not to say that others can't without, oh, I thought that was flat ground. With it's the idea that moderation, right? So lifestyle gaming as a lifestyle requires moderation and discipline. You gotta vibe and not push yourself into burnout, right? However, you can still totally buy games that, oh yeah, you're gonna crush it out in a day, right? When I was talking to Miles and stuff, the reason why I want to say that is because I don't want to set, personally, I do feel a bit responsible in a way if someone is interested in a game to not like to maybe suggest to them that this game is a live service game. And when you have a live service game, waiting on something will be a betrayal. It will feel like it's a love-hate relationship with a live service game. You gotta vibe along with these. It's not about putting 30 hours in one day into a game. It's about a lifestyle choice. So you eat, right? You spend 15 minutes to 20 minutes eating each day. You spend 10 to 20 minutes playing this game each day. And from time to time, you might throw some money towards the developer. And honestly, the reason why I emphasize this is because we gotta still remember that the people who are making these games are human beings. So if I were to play a game, I would want the humans that are playing the game and also the humans that are making the game to see eye to eye indirectly if they're not even communicating. So if the developers want to continue making content for this game without the backlash of the content being not long enough for 10 weeks, having quality of life that constantly makes you need to stay in the game, constantly prey on FOMO, the idea is to assure that is having players who would play their game knowing that they don't have to rely on FOMO to encourage the players to continue playing the game, and then they won't burn out. So you would hit harder with FOMO to get the burnout players to get back into your game, right? I think, to me, someone who's, at least in my opinion, I consider myself incredibly hyper-focused on burnout and mental sustainability, because yeah, you can be smart and open-minded and all that. That's still, in my opinion, not quite there to stop you from burning yourself out. And I'm not saying this out of theoretical situations. I am a living example of someone who burn out quite regularly, and had to cope with it, re-engage with it, learn to be sustainable. So my only the way that I do not get tired of language learning or anything I pick up, like most of the things I pick up, is largely because most skill building is a lifestyle choice. And what I want to say about live service games is that it's not that far from live service game. Enjoying a live service game requires a more of a microdosing approach to enjoying a game. You are well geared and constantly making money or like excelling or engaging in it in a manner that complements its design. If you're coming from someone who likes to play their game, like pay $70, play the 40 hours in one weekend, this is not the game for you. Like it will be, in my opinion, a lose-lose situation. The player will be upset and underwhelmed, and the developer will also get flack for it, and the developer will get negative feedback, and then they would double down on trying to still do this, right? So it's a lose-lose. This is a lose-lose situation if you set, in my opinion, I feel partially responsible if one is set up to have differing expectations. Oh, ouch. And I ask the same questions in Neverwinter in order to gauge if it's a player like that or not. And obviously, when someone voluntarily says how fast they got to level 20, however, that was a red flag. Although Miles said they were a person that enjoys doing the work. And I feel it's about even out. There is a lot of merit to making sure that people get a win-win situation. I believe in win-win situations, or at least an attempt to do them. So that's kind of why I was asking how long, what are they expecting from the game. That's usually how I go about things. You're always gaming. Offers. Gaming coping. I hear you, bro, but what inspired you to tell me this? Were you referencing to my experience in the competitive scene, or am I misunderstanding? I'm speaking in general. However, your background makes it so that your choice to go into like the full MMOing, right? When you're going full MMOing to get a PC, streams to me like I imagine then you would approach it in maybe a relatable way, right? Where like you're vibing, you're microdosing in different MMOs, as opposed to the days of old. Like the days of old where like World of Warcraft was about how fast you can grind to level 80 or so. I think that kind of subculture still exists. However, in terms of the overall trend in MMORPGs and like MMOs in general is what I described in terms of the lifestyle gaming, right? It might change in the future. I think, like, you know, there's always a chance that it change in the future. However, excuse me, in this day and age, the remark I was making is the full MMO experience is what I was trying to describe. So it was kind of relevant because it was referencing what you were saying about going full MMO on a PC. Or you can be like Coffers and say, yeah, just buy a level booster. And then that's where Miles came in, right? Miles said they kind of like enjoying doing the legwork, right? I think that is the full MMO experience these days. Having 6 or 7, if you're like full, you like juggle 6 or 7 live service games. Because what I guess what I'm saying is World of Warcraft is still an anomaly in itself, but I don't think most MMOs do that anymore. It's like a special thing that has a really strong founder's effect, right? It was the founding thing of that model. So now it's untouchable. Like the World of Warcraft super grind thing is untouchable. And I don't think anyone wants to touch that anymore. Wow, that sounded really provocative. But you know what I mean. Hopefully you find like your balance of MMOs to keep you vibing and stuff. I think happy players and happy devs go a long way. You want to fall in my opinion, I like the idea of people falling in love with a game in which the developers love to develop things for their creators. Regrettably, or maybe unfortunately right now, I don't think many people see it that way when it comes to live service games. They see live service games as developers releasing AAA quality content every time they drop a free expansion or something like that. And then or the expectation that you play and then you decide if you want to pay for it in order to get that same experience as like World of Warcraft back in the day, or something like you buy an expansion knowing that it has to meet a criteria versus you get the expansion and then you decide if you want to pay afterwards. And usually the answer is no. So it becomes a very confrontational relationship between developers of live service games and the community at large. You've had a gaming PC twice on 2 separate occasions. Let's just say negative experiences led to you selling the PC in the end. Oh, I always managed to go back to the PlayStation 5 because it was safe and I knew what I was doing. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I hope the next PC experience isn't going to be a negative one. I'm sorry to hear about your negative PC experience. Is it alright if I ask tactfully what the nature of the PC negative experience is? Was it a hardware thing? Or was it a communal thing? Like people related thing? I wanted to play so many things at once. Oh, no, sorry, that's coffers. The cons of being a gamer. Yeah, indeed. I kind of do too. However, there are a lot more things interesting to me than gaming. Sorry. I don't want to. Coffers knows. Like me and Coffers are kind of we're kind of close. We are internet buddies, or I guess we could thank Twitch for knowing each other. So, other people's interest makes me interest. So gaming is because I said interest like 8 billion times just now. What I was trying to say is gaming brings people together, and I'm interested in people, not the gaming itself. The gaming itself is an extra bonus. Conflicts with like gaming and like topical discussions and complaints and why gaming is a coping mechanism, and that stuff interests me. How gaming serves as a coping mechanism, how people deal with loss, burnout. That's all the topics that I'm talking about is related to gaming as a behavioral mechanism. Like, what is gaming a part of in people's lives right now is very, very different than it was before. Gaming used to be an activity in which you have a luxury of indulging, right? It's the cookie you get to eat every once in a while if you remember to buy cookies and you haven't eaten all of them before. Now gaming is a lifestyle choice. It is like, instead of reading a book, you play a video game. And you might be saying, well, it wasn't that what it was like before? No. Because back in the day, reading is a skill building task. Now gaming can be a skill building task. Like, gaming has supplanted a really part, and so it can be instructional. So I believe in the future that PC gaming, or like any form of gaming, can do just that. It can be encouraging to reading. It can be encouraging to instructional material. It can display and teach discipline with habits and mental health and stuff. Those things it can be. In fact, here's a topical thing, which I don't know how successful it is. I didn't follow up on it. Google decided to collaborate with Roblox to create a interactive course on how to detect phishing. Not gaming phishing. Phishing with the PH. And that's kind of the taking, killing 2 birds with 1 stone kind of thing, right? Or taking out 3 birds with 1 stone kind of thing. I think one can learn a lot pragmatically and critical thinking and learning about themselves a lot while playing video games. Much like reading a book, reading the newspaper, going for a run. So that kind of thing, like playing a video game, it's possible to get someone interested in running from a video game if one is able to normalize what the video game means to you outside of simply a source of entertainment. With that said, obviously there's a long road ahead and it could be very different. Right? It was a communal thing. Okay, a toxic relationship with the person who introduced you to PC. Oh, then it became a center of negative thought. So selling the PC would be a great way to break from that negative thought. It relied on person to educate you on the ways of PC gaming. Yeah. So then the PC gaming store, the PC ended up being the reminder, and you wanted to do a old break. Yeah, I get the point. Yeah, that's understandable. Sorry to hear that it was a communal thing. I imagine you're okay now, so it sounds like you're ready to reinvigorate your PC-ness. I don't do console because Coffers is a pet. I'm kidding. So one day I might do consoles again. I'm not compelled to do so because a lot of the titles that come to console eventually comes to PC. So I'm not too pressured to do so. And I'm a very patient person. And since there are so many games to play, it's not like I'm desperate for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth to come out on the PC. And why did I mention Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Is because PlayStation Pro recently got a PlayStation Pro upscale and it's one of the titles that people would still consider as a PlayStation portable seller, if you will, I suppose. I mean, PlayStation Pro seller, sorry. Because PlayStation 5 Pro just came out recently. Yep. We can talk about video games for a very long time. Sorry, had to cough. It's all good. You'll need to get a PC anyway for going back to school for your diploma and potentially going to college. Well, what are you going to college for? Not like self-satisfaction. So like sorry, I didn't clarify very well. What kind of education are you looking at? It goes without saying, you have piqued my interest because education is it's my passion. I really like talking about school and stuff. So what have you decided? Your diploma. Yes, the knowledge. Nothing will beat the PSP. I have an original PSP 1000 model. One of the first the first PSP model. It's somewhere in my house. Oh, and I gotta remember to remove the battery out of it. Apparently the battery design in the old PSP swells up after long storage. So I gotta find it before it starts leaking. But one of my some of my closest friends had PSPs too. Like the PSP 1000, the first PSP. And apparently after like the temperature change back and forth, depending on how you stored it, one of my friends found the PSP's battery to swell up crazily. So I gotta remember, I should write a note to myself this evening to go find where the PSP is. It's still in the like the case protector. That wildly ridiculous flipping case for the PlayStation Portable. Yeah, you might want to check your battery. If you own a PSP and you didn't store it in a climate control area, usually people store things in like their basement, right? Or their attic or somewhere far off. The battery itself can swell. And so it'll like swell to the point it'll break out of the glass, break out of the device. So you want to make sure your battery is okay. If it's in a climate control place, like in a display case in your house or something, because you like to display things, I think that's usually okay. Mine is in the house somewhere, so I don't think it exploded. But that does happen with early models. Oh, it's long gone. Okay. Yeah. So you want to I don't know if it's true with modern devices anymore. I think modern devices are fairly okay. But when you have a slab, they do swell up, expand and contract. Well, you didn't get to finish high school, so you want to return to get the diploma. Then with that knowledge, go to college, and honestly, you haven't a clue what you want to do, but you reckon it will be along the lines of tech. All right. That's, I don't want to bias too much, but I'm going to bias your thought, okay? And I'm not excusing that I'm going to bias your thought. People who go back to education, as you might imagine from psychology or experience, are typically far more successful than those same people leaving education in the first place. So what I mean by that is, it is really statistically correlated that those who end up going back voluntarily to like school or going to college at a later time and to extract a lot of potential from that experience than someone who is inexperienced, who was forced into a situation in which they didn't like in the first place. You might be thinking, well, that seems logical. Yeah. And one of the behavioral explainers, in my opinion, for that is that you are doing it yourself. So at a later time, you are voluntarily choosing to obligate yourself to go back. It's different when you're not lucky enough to be obligated right away, right? As a child, you're obligated due to necessity. And then when people who don't finish high school and stuff, they might fall under the false assumption that it's like, oh no, school is just not for me. I can't do that. I was dumb or something, so that's why I dropped out. Usually, I would not say that, because that would be putting yourself down. Alternatively, it would also be convincing yourself that you couldn't do it. In my opinion, the motivation and engagement came first, right? The motivation and engagement comes first. Unfortunately, that would mean that during the time of your youth, whatever your circumstances and environment was, it was not engaging enough, and you didn't have a choice in the matter. So oftentimes when an adult or someone who's older ends up going back, as in they intend on going back to complete things of their own volition, they are statistically likely to draw far more benefits. It's still the order of operation things, because if you manage to get it through as a kid, you'd be doing something else, right? But I want it to be a little bit more encouraging in the sense that usually people who go back to education, it's a different ball game. And I don't want people to think that you're going back because you were dumb originally. That's usually not the case. I feel the way that the people who fail when they go back to education is that somehow they convince themselves that they're dumb or they're not proficient enough to get an education. I think that is the thing I'm trying to prevent by sharing that information. Because while there are successful adults who go back to education, most of the time there are still non-successful adults who decide to go back to education and still fail, right? And I think a lot of that deals with the preconceived notion that they might still have apprehension, that they either don't want to work on themselves, they haven't learned to manage anything as an adult yet, and then they went back unchanged, as in they have convinced themselves that, oh yeah, it's probably going to be hard just like the first time, but I gotta do it. And then their habits and stuff hadn't changed at all. So what happens is, in my opinion, you go back, now you have more anxiety, more social stress, and you've convinced yourself that you're dumb in the first place, and you hope that you're smarter to finish the education, which that is a recipe for disaster. So not only do I want to dispel, I want to encourage people to dispel that idea that you were too dumb because you failed the first time. That, I feel, is often a very misconstrued consequence of a lack of engagement. And I think why this is important is because language learning is very similar. Language learning, personal skill building, all that stuff, it really does deal with engagement. Anxiety kind of washes away when one is healthy, right? Mentally healthy, able to voluntarily feel like they're in control of their decision making. So if you choose to go back and you say you are ready, you are far more likely to succeed, and anxiety becomes diminished and mitigated, and one would be I would say even exponentially likely to succeed compared to a situation where you have all of that happening on top of it. So it's very difficult to discern if someone is truly incompetent in being educated versus all the social stressors and mental health issues and lack of engagement that was forced upon you in the first place. So think optimistic. College is very hard, not because of the content, but the skill set you need to have, as in you're completely alone for most of your career studies. Agreed. And you can develop a lot of these by stepping out of education temporarily, gaining some experience, and then going back. So I think it's a really unfortunate stigma and even a point of embarrassment for a lot of people who say, oh, I'm going back to college. Like, I want to go back to education, as though you're admitting that you failed the first time. That is unfortunate. That's a really poor stigma, that when you become old, you no longer, like, if you have to relearn something or learn something, it's an embarrassment, as in you failed the first time to learn it and you're trying to learn it again. That is not the message of life, and that's generally not as apparent as it's possible. Like, that's not the reality of the thing. I do not believe, like, maybe it happens to some people. However, I think the vast majority of people underestimate how much situation clouds the complexity and the difficulty of the content. Most people who are born healthy, right? Unfortunate for those people who have neurodegenerative disorders and whatnot, but if you were a healthy, bopping, moving boy or girl, or, like, you know, a kid, then at some point gaining experience and gaining control of things and then voluntarily going back to education will breathe new life in your confidence in yourself. Because generally speaking, more experience can offset the inexperience, the lack of skill sets, the awareness that it's required to know, oh yeah, I'm really interested in this stuff, I should really do this. And then when you go back, you have all these information, like, you have this awareness of self. It doesn't have to be in a prescribed order. And I think language learning also suffers from the same stigma. Like, oh, I'm too old. Like, I literally had this conversation with my father and my about my mother when we were coming back from the wedding, about how like my father's like, oh no, your mother and I, we're just not built the same way like you, or think the same way like you. That was literally his words. And my first thought is, I don't think that should be the norm. I tried to like indirectly say like, I don't think that's true. I try not to believe that is true. However, obviously I respect my father, so seniority plays a role in Chinese culture. However, I did have these conversations often when I talk to older people who maybe like view me as someone who is beyond his age, as in someone who may act up beyond his age because I'm someone special or someone. I don't think that's the case. I think you can still learn a language at 60. You can still learn a language at 80. If you have the capacity to form sentences, have discussion with me, do not underestimate your abilities. At least in my opinion. I felt like college was a scam in a way, as in, why can't I see my... You felt like college was a scam in that way, as in, why can't I see my professor every day? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, it's kind of tough if you're, have the expectation of being able to see someone who's going to be available all the time. It is tough. I don't think there's a way to logistically make that a reality. Like for myself here right now, this discussion is fantastic. We're playing Neverwinter. We're doing this. Games, objects will always be there for you, but they can't evolve. They can't matriculate without your input, right? A person, unfortunately, could do that. They could be emergent. However, you can becoming dependent on that person is got to be someone special, right? Someone who is part of your life. And usually that expectation is only extended to your significant other, or possibly your guardian. However, then it's your significant other. And every other human being can offer things like that. However, they can't be ever present. So this discussion is great, but I also emphasize one thing that I think the internet does really well, but I don't think it's a great behavioral standard, is the idea that content creation normalizes human dependency on human created content. As in, no one's maliciously intentionally doing this one way or the other. The system itself incentivizes that content creation normalizes people's dependency on the content that creator creates. So like, for example, I am motivated to keep you here, as in you become dependent on my presence. So when I do not serve, it's a lose-lose on both sides. The content creator must keep creating content in order to feed the dependency, to feed the algorithm, and then the content consumer is also dependent on the content creator for consistent presence. So if that is normalized, and if you're raised in a situation like this, like maybe if you're in your 20s, if you're right now in your 20s-ish, that's probably a normalized expectation. You go in, you pay for a service, you expect them to be the human being to be fully accessible at all times. Because that's how the internet interacts. That's how you interact with the internet. The person that's providing the service is reduced to a service. It's the offer that they have. So they must meet your expectation. They have no margin of error. And that is a lose-lose for both places. Not only does the consumer become incredibly dependent on one thing, so when that one thing goes away, everything falls apart. Anxiety goes up, everything feels like a scam. Nothing ever is good enough for you. And then on the content creator side, how can you meet that expectation? By being a developer and a publisher who also has a complete dependency on the consumer. So they do everything you want. They break, they burn out, they go to great lengths, like even questionable lengths, like hyping, doing dangerous things, bigger, until it's not sustainable, and the next video you hear from them is, sorry guys, I burn out. Like I need to like reevaluate my life. Like these things happen. So it's like a deleterious feedback right now. I don't think this will stay forever. I think there's like moderations to help negotiate these things. But right now, I think the current systems involved, especially school and stuff, did the same thing. School used to do the same thing where if you don't get an education, if you don't get a college degree, you can't get a job. That is a dependency-based obligation. It's not a, hey, school is very interesting. It's super like great. Look at all the fun we're having, and then you're interested, right? I say this even though I absolutely love formal education. I am a product of formal education. The downside is no longer is that sufficient to combat engagement-based platforms. TikTok is engagement-based platform. YouTube, right? YouTube, Facebook, and now you have formal education. So the chances of formal education to succeed, they failed from the start. Engagement supersedes the content. So if you can't engage your students, of course everything is a scam. Like if your professors can't be there 24/7 to entertain you, of course it's a scam. It's going to feel like that. It's an addiction. Like it sucks, and it sucks both ways. At least that's the even deeper cut when I think about video games as well. That makes content creators sound so evil. It's like YouTubers want you to be dependent on them like a drug. It's why social media is so addictive. Yes. And I'm not, and let's be really, really careful with our words. Currently, this is unprecedented, right? The internet, the way content creation works, the monetization, it's all unprecedented. It's new ground. And humans, we behave in excess. It's the human condition. So believing in that there is a way to moderate all of this, because I don't think it's malicious intent. It's design and opportunicity. Opportunities. We'll say it's being opportunistic, right? One hand you make money this way, one hand, so it ended up being this way. Not that people are intentionally evil in nature. They are doing the most efficient way they can. And now, slowly you see moderation, right? How do we moderate a little bit of social media, sacrifice some flexibility, but also how do we moderate social media? How do we do things so that it doesn't become content creators are slave to the system, and so are the consumers, that kind of thing, right? I don't think there was I'm not saying there aren't bad actors who are predatorial in this nature, like gacha game, like aggressive gacha gaming and gambling stuff. That is a business sense, right? However, I think truly most people are doing what is most efficient, and it's creating problems that did not exist. Which, how poetic is it about the human condition? That new things also come with new problems. New things come with great advantages and conveniences. They also come with pros and, they also come with cons. There are pros and cons to everything. And what I'm describing here is like the new age frontier of the stuff. And for me, I don't stream for money yet. I don't stream. I like what I mean by that is if I was streaming for money, like as in my livelihood is dependent on content creation, it would look very, I wouldn't be surprised if it would look very similar. Now, my circumstances are different. I make disclosure all the time that I am using borrowed time that I have. This is not the same as someone who needs to make a living, who needs to pay a bills, doing things that they like, etc. So it's very complicated in that sense too. So I can say these things, in my opinion. I feel like I'm able to say these things because I'm not currently directly influenced by these things. Now I'm influenced by other things. So someone else who is like dependent on keeping people there and stuff, they can argue against me about experiences I lack. I don't know how to keep, or I am not currently keeping thousands of people towards me. I am not responsible for entertaining tens of thousands of people. So those are my deficiencies. And they can totally, it's fair game that they can attack me for all those things because I'm inexperienced in that. But I don't necessarily think they know what it's like when you stream without monetization and viewership dependencies. So, or maybe they do, but they have forgotten because they've spent so much time focusing on optimizing their content, right? So it's an interesting time. However, let's refocus back to education, right? Do not sell yourself short, at least in my opinion. If you don't believe in it, then I guess we're gonna do the anime thing and say, believe me that believe in you, that you can most definitely learn more than what you had learned as a kid who was disinterested. So if you have the opportunity to go back and get an education, right? If it's the opportunity, like the accessibility, I genuinely like the statistics say most of the time, at least in my opinion, obviously there's not that great of a meta-analysis most of the time, it's very favorable for someone who goes back to education, who chooses to go back and is more experienced as an adult. I really dislike the stigma that's involved in preventing and deterring older people from going back to benefiting and bettering themselves. Like even working and offering educational perks, like employing someone and offering them to go back to educate themselves simultaneously is an option that companies can do or place of employment can do to emphasize investment in the person. That's not as common, at least in my opinion, in the United States. It doesn't feel like the first option is, oh wait, I can finally get employed here, and it's like, oh, they also offer an opportunity for me to get like enrichment in education outside. That's interesting. I'll take it, I'll take that opportunity if I can. That's not a social norm, at least in the United States. So I don't know where everyone else is living, right? Well, I kind of know from because Charms already shared that. I hope that can be something as well, like universally, not necessarily just the United States. That's true, your perspective is different and you learn with intent. Yes, learning with intent. It's so important to learn with intent. Had to drop out due to mental health, specifically anxiety. I'm not surprised, Charms. I'm not surprised. It's like returning to a beginning level area with the best gear in the game. Insert Terminator meme. Yes, you are armored. You are geared. Lockdown made that hard for a lot of students with online education. Yes, lockdown. I actually Coffers I had an opportunity to ask Coffers about how lockdown affected his thing. I got an opportunity to like ask various people how they approach lockdown. It's a very different experience, an experience I won't ever have. Wouldn't the best way to do education is let them take a test at a certain time of year? No college and you study everything at home then? Would this be the best way to make it more accessible? Huh. You can do that already. Well, at least in the United States you can. But I don't know about... it didn't end up being that way though. So like, you can study everything at home and then take a test. I'm not sure where you're from, but you can do that in the United States. Why don't everyone do that? It's largely because there's a, in my opinion, I'm not sure if this is still true now, there is a dramatic difference in performance when obligation and environment is mixed with home. So if you are already going to struggle being in an environment that you're obligated to learn something, being at home would obligate you even less. As in, someone who has trouble going out of their environment to switch code to motivate themselves, being at home to study the thing, you're less likely to gain that experience as well. As in, for doctors, lawyers, financial service, or medical fields, you need college in order to do it. Yes, you do. Yeah. When you homeschool, you can still try to take the test. No one's stopping you from trying to pass the board exam self-studied or pass the bar exam self-studied. Actually, you can still do that. You can take an online college course if you want it and stay home. But I think you're talking about the physical nature of being at home versus being at a college environment. The college environment still holds up to, in my opinion. I don't know if it's still true, but I like to believe people who end up having the intent to learn, whether they're home or college, going to an environment in which you have an intent to learn and also be surrounded by people who have an intent to learn ends up performing far more consistently than one that does not. You can take board exams, bar exams, at least from my knowledge, and other services through online stuff, and then take the exam, and it would still be constitute as home, right? And I'm kind of curious how the statistic plays out for that. I'm a little as a disclosure, I went to college. I stayed at college. I went to graduate school, and I stayed where the graduate school was. I went to work. I relocate to work. So if you're talking about like the idea of being remote, I don't think there's any statistics that would support that remote anything ended up being more effective than not remote. Then I asked you, why don't you go to language school instead of learning language at home as in Duolingo? It's because I'm not obligated to do so. It's not an obligation to me. So you're assuming that I care about efficiency, and I do not. I cannot stream on Twitch when going to a language school. There are so many things that I can't do what I'm currently doing without focusing on the one narrow vision that you're suggesting, which is frequency or like efficiency. If language school is more efficacious than learning language at home in Duolingo, you're assuming that my top priority is efficacy. That's not the case. And it goes back to why I stream. I interact with people. I can go to language school to interact with people, but what kind of people do you think I want to interact with? I'm not trying to interact with people who specifically care about how efficiently they learn language. I care about people who are efficiently interacting with self-study and habit formation. So the people I want to interact with specifically are people who are deciding whether they want to go back to education, who are struggling with coping mechanisms, who have a relation with gaming. If you go to language school, what type of people do you think you're going to encounter? It's a pre-selection process. So there are far more things that made me choose learning language at home, as in Duolingo, than choosing to go to language school. If I wanted to prepare myself for like the JET program or something, like I have 1 year to prep, I would go to language school, provided I have access to appropriate language school, have the money and the time, right? So absolutely. That's assuming you knew exactly what my priorities are. So that's a very fair question, though. It's a very fair question, and I have an answer to it. I thought about my decisions, right? So I wanted to make clear it's very calculated. My choices are very calculated, and I think if your priority is to learn a language, like really learn a language, yeah, probably go to language school. Be surrounded by people who care about specifically learning a language really fast, right? You get surrounded with people that literally share your aspirations and whatnot. And Twitch kind of does that, only it's not about language learning. So I don't expect to encounter people on Twitch who say, oh yeah, I'm coming from language school. Like, I'm going on Twitch because language school tells me it's a good source to learn language. And I don't think people who go to language school tends to hang out. Like, you might be thinking, well, you do see people who go to language school and then still hang out on Twitch to learn language. But you might be surprised, in my opinion, to ask them what their motivations are being on Twitch when they're learning language in language school. Scientists don't hang out on Twitch to learn science while being in college learning science, right? That's kind of the thing. So yes, I agree that if language learning is my priority, then I would probably choose language school. In fact, I would probably get a tutor. And if I had enough resources, I would move to a community that speaks the target language. For example, I would spend most of my time, if I'm learning Chinese, for example, I would spend most of my time talking to my family. So like, since my parents know Chinese, I would utilize that resource to talk to my parents and my cousins and them, because that would prioritize language learning and also getting to know my cousins and my parents and stuff. So I'm getting a lot more. I'm here though. I'm here streaming. And I'm still with my parents, you know, I interact with my parents on a daily basis. But what does that say about me then? So the question is, I guess I'll reflect the question. Can you answer the question without me answering the question? Like, where do you gather? Like, I'm actually kind of curious. Like, what is the opinion of a streamer? Like, why do they choose to stream? Right? These are really great questions because I ask myself these questions all the time when I'm observing other people. Like, why are they here? Like, what are their motivations? Why did they make this video game this way? Like, what compelled them to think that this was a great solution to this problem? And that's kind of where I find Twitch, YouTube excels at. It gives me a limitless supply of variation in human choices. right? So I love the internet for that reason. I also am scared and concerned for the very same reason, because I do feel it takes a bit of self-awareness to understand how to use that information, especially in a way that doesn't end up leading to self-harm or anxiety or problems. So if you're not doing this for efficiency, do you plan on going till the end of time? Yes, I do. I do plan on going to the end of time. Unless outer force, unless I meet the love of my life or a new friend in my life that said, I want to do something. Can you make time for it? And it involves sacrificing my language learning time, I'll do it. Because people come first. However, for now, I plan on doing it till the day I die. If not, I will plan on keeping the Japanese and the Chinese I've learned till the day I die. That's the plan. I keep most of my skills and I try to bring most of my skills with me. Wherever I stop is wherever I stop. If more important things come up, they will come up. I stop everything that is optional. Language learning is optional. Language learning is optional. Gaming is optional. Actually, a lot of things about me is optional. I would do pretty much anything to save someone for whatever reason. So, everything's on the board. Like, everything's available. If someone's in trouble, there's so many things I can exchange. Which stopping my language learning cold turkey to help someone get a new lease on life, absolutely. Any day, anytime. I don't plan on stopping until here's the thing. When you said, or do you plan to stop when you feel satisfied with my journey? My journey includes everything that I've ever done. So my journey ends when I die. So I don't ever plan on stopping. In terms of Japanese, the Japanese might stop, but that Japanese will be part of my journey for the rest of my life. I try my best to never forget my experiences. So if I stop learning Japanese, it doesn't stop becoming part of me. I will still continue to use that Japanese, or at least try to preserve it. So when I finish a game, it's not like I choose to forget the game because it's done with. Things don't finish. I try to keep as much memories as possible. And I stream for that reason too, by the way. Streaming is admitting to myself in a healthy way, in a happy way, that I know I'm human and I'm going to forget. There are going to be things I forget. So I choose to stream and post videos of myself for myself. And then anyone who finds it interesting can share in it if they want. My Duolingo sessions, I've structured it so that I summarize things in the beginning and I work on things in the end. So instead of writing notes and reminding myself what I said yesterday, I literally look at those videos in the beginning and at the end. And I explain it that way to other people, how to use my video if they're interested, is because I literally do it myself. So I no longer write notes. I stopped journaling because I knew that I can do the journaling in the streaming and in the video editing. So I use the content that I produce because I use it. So I explain what my content means to me because I believe that my content is the same value to myself. I watch myself make those mistakes at the beginning in a truncated way because I don't have all the time in the world to watch myself do the thing over again. So I organized it, I'm like, what's a great way to summarize things? Oh, I should do it this way because then it's useful for me too. And I encourage everybody to find their way to make sure that they remind themselves you're doing things, whether it's efficacious in the sense of your original goal. You must, in my opinion, try to remind yourself that you're doing something with your time, because I think one of the greatest motivators is making sure that you can feel, see, observe, or conceptualize that you are spending time doing something. So the moment you kind of start feeling like you're not getting anywhere, motivation takes a dive, like off of a cliff. It can be a silent, slow killer too. So that's what apps do really well, in my opinion. They keep track of all those things. Well, how do you keep track of everything you do? For me, I record most of it. What happens when what do I do when I'm not streaming? I sleep. I don't record myself sleeping. That's kind of weird. Sorry, folks. I eat. I talk about food. I write a food journal. I write a fitness journal. So many other things. And then I share some of my fitness journals on my Discord. Like I record all my writing, or like running times and whatnot, so that other people would be interested in doing that. I link all the movies and the shows that I've completed and watched and may rewatch. I write like a note if I rewatch it. I link music that I'm currently listening to or interested, because it's for me. It's to remind me, oh yeah, these things are interesting. And then if anyone else observes, my goal is that I hope you do that too, so that your life doesn't feel like it's empty. The human mind compresses time. When you forget things, time compresses because it feels like less happened in that time. What I really want to emphasize here is it's a little different. The times that you're liberating is to focus on the times that are most important to you. Those are the things that take up all your time. If you only think of 3 very important things, then those 3 things must be incredibly important. The downside to this is 3 seems like a very small number, and you start wondering, well, what did I do with the rest of my time? And sometimes recording yourself, writing down things can elicit that. I think the link is right below the description box. I think it's right below the feed somewhere. Yeah, so you're more than welcome to join in, talk about things. So hopefully that clarifies things. I think your journey isn't made of separate things, or at least I don't think my journey is not made of separate things. It's made of one thing, and that's me. And I think when one gets older and older, the amount of things you need to remember gets bigger and bigger. And technology is beautiful at recording things. So I choose to do it this way because I get to revisit all my silly deficiencies in language learning and share how deficient language learning can be. And yet I do it every day. I smile. I try to come up with new ideas every day, that kind of thing. And I mean by new ideas is I try to engage in new things every once in a while, right? Not like new ideas as in I came up with them, but do something to spice up the journey. Uniform is a lot deeper than just having your employees look the same. Yes, the psychological difference of wearing different clothes than your own switches your brain into work mode, as opposed to working in pajamas is where you feel comfortable. I wear my pajamas when I'm working, but I don't think I think someone made a comment that they didn't think I was wearing pajamas, but I am wearing pajamas every day when I stream. If I go to a university, I'm a different person, like a super different person, and it's not bad, it's not good, it's expected. So if you ever catch me at a university, I don't sound like this. I try to infuse some of it into this, but know this, that I totally agree with you. If I go to a school, I'm less social. So hear me out here. I code swap all the time. Code switching is a very common thing, especially for someone who's both Chinese and American. Code switching happens a lot, and that's part of the skill set that I like to believe made me successful in more than one place, right? So if I go to a language school, how I learn is nothing you've seen, in my opinion. It would be very, very different. It's probably more efficacious, but then we wouldn't have this we wouldn't have this conversation anymore. I wouldn't be talking about mental health. I don't get a chance to talk about mental health. I don't get the chance to talk about gaming. I don't get to integrate more parts of myself. So I chose to learn language this way, and then not concern myself with efficacy or like efficiency of the language, because it comes at a cost of being able to talk about video games, talking to people who are struggling with learning things, right? And maybe being able to encourage them to consider language school and other things in the future. I have a lot of formal education experience, and I do kind of still support the formal education system to people who believe and are voluntarily choosing to intentfully learn from a formal education system. So I can't say that or practice any of these skills in this discussion if I myself go to a language school. And it's totally worth it for me. I sacrifice every potential efficiency gain to trade off in the opportunity to share to people and tell people that you're smarter than you think. With the natural engagement and participation, it far exceeds what your capacity is. When your life is so depressing and you suddenly become happier or get a word of encouragement, it can only, in my opinion, is more likely to go up than go down. So I can totally achieve far more things in my target language if I went to a school. However, the stuff that I can achieve does not include getting other people to be excited about language learning, right? If you go to a language school, people who decide to go to language school are probably already excited about language school, or like already excited about language learning. My goal is not to to convince people who are already convinced that they are interested in language. My goal is to convince people that language learning can be fun, much like video games. Learning about yourself. Painting a birdhouse. That's one thing that I've done in the past, and I thought it was really fun. I didn't pursue making birdhouses though. Can you make time for you? No, Carfers, I can absolutely not make time for you. I don't know what you're talking about. You're gonna have to find someone else. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Thanks, Charms. Yeah, you can find the Discord anytime. And code switching. Oh, here's code switching. Code switching, have you been to like a different cultural setting maybe? One common code switching is when I speak to my parents, it's not the way I speak to like you guys in general. Like even if it's family, it's not the difference between family and stranger, but the mannerisms and stuff are different. Oh, you already know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. And this this type of code switching also involves in like professionalism. Like I don't use like Pepega, and I don't sound like a motivational coach, for example. Like I try not to sound too soppy to people who are already, that I know are incredibly driven and probably more successful than me. That's kind of like preaching to the choir, right? Like, oh yeah, I know what you're doing. That's not necessary. And here, I think it is necessary. I kind of want to be soppy and encouraging because I don't think, and I don't want this to be true. I'm not saying it is true. I feel like people are not getting positive stimuli from watching other people do things anymore. It's not the same way anymore. People are watching other people doing amazing things, and they're saying, why bother doing it? This guy's amazing. I'm not. Why even bother doing it? I'd rather watch someone be great at something than trying it myself after watching it. That to me kind of is related to all the other things. Like, okay, if I'm learning Duolingo, right? Yes, comparison is a theft of joy. Indeed, comparison is a theft of joy. That was the quote. I couldn't figure out what the quote, like the exact quote wording is. That is the one that I was referring to. I don't. Here's one meta thing. Here's a silver lining. If you see me learning language slower, right? Slower, and you're angry at me, or frustrated at me for being worse at language learning. If that leads you to prove that you can learn language faster, and also tell other people to learn language faster, then I don't even have to know you. Good on you. That's totally fine. like I'm okay with that. I prefer to know that there are faster ways, and you know what? The language learning journey definitely revealed that. I can tell you now, there are so many ways that are faster than the way I'm going about it, and that's perfectly fine, because using those ways, I know them. I know they exist. However, they don't give me the accessibility of encountering people the way I want to encounter them, right? So I totally get it, right? If I became a language expert, does that make me any more able to convince someone that language learning is approachable and easy, or like it can be fun and it can be at different pace? Well, no, because if I become an expert at a language, not only would I become like, I'm not saying you can't make this work, because I love very friendly language experts and whatnot. I know a few of them that I like to listen to every once in a while for like inspiration. You can become intimidating. You can also reprioritize to only catering to people who are serious. How often have you seen that, where someone is incredibly serious and hyper focused on performance and then lost sight of people who don't have that performance yet? So I'm keeping myself grounded. How do I choose? Why did I choose Duolingo? It's because a lot of people use Duolingo. So how do I use Duolingo? Probably not like most Duolingo users. I would argue that. Actually, I would love to have a whole congregation of people who stream language learning, have used Duolingo, and tell and demonstrate to me that they use Duolingo the same way I do. If they do, then I hope they teach me more about how they use it, because I need to know. I need to know how to engage in it. Lots of people use Duolingo. It increases the range of my probability of bumping into someone. Like if I only bump into 1 or 2 people every day, right? Or 1 or 2 people every week, what are the chances if I do something everyone else does, am I going to speak to anyone? Probably 0. It's like negative. What did that look like before? I did something that I was good at. No one cared because they could always find someone who's also good at doing that thing. Like that's fine. Like, do I care about being good at something or being encouraging? I think sometimes it sucks and it's very intimidating and unrelatable when you are very good at something and someone is supposed to take your word for it. At least in my opinion. I actually do not truly buy into the idea that, hey guys, I earned a lot of money for doing this one thing. Trust me, if you do this, you'll also earn a lot of money like me. That's not what I'm peddling. At least I'm trying not to peddle that. I want to tell you that you can do so many things, whether it's video games, language learning, or something. You can make it work, provided you are engaged, interested, and you create your own satisfaction, right? We're not going to talk about success. Success is a bigger thing. It's involving things that you might not be able to control, right? More about the empowerment of oneself. So I chose, and I understand the consequence, right? Am I comfortable with the idea that I'm learning language inefficiently? Yeah, I am, because I'm gaining other things. I'm gaining other things. I think it's only a loss, in my opinion, is if you think you're not gaining anything. So like, if your only metric is efficiency, then efficiency will make your decision, right? My decision to do the things is predicated on a list that I made prior to this. And that list includes 42 items. And those 42 items are well in my advantage when I consider using Duolingo and using Twitch. And build from there for the time being. And those 42 were only understandable at that time. Now the reasons are even bigger because I didn't stop reevaluating. Like, should I keep doing Duolingo? Should I keep using Twitch? Right? So all of the decision making is constantly changing. I spent about a month or 2 reevaluating like how things are working out and whatnot. So if you ask me 6 months from now, all this discussion will probably be slightly different. I like to think that it would end up being slightly different. Hopefully. I'm not a very stagnant person. But actually, I think that guy is not a tank. Osu? Yes, Osu. You know, I will echo Charms. Who's mad at me? I will echo the thing you said earlier to balance my like idealism. There's going to be someone who disagrees with you, right? Right. People will find reasons to be upset. So grounded, very realistic, right? Some people, here's one that I'll share indirectly. I'm sure this is acceptable. Someone who cares about me is upset watching me because they don't want me to make mistakes or the same mistakes they made. So you can still get people who are mad who actually cares about you. That happens. It's, you know, humans have a complicated feeling structure. Like having I don't know if you ever considered this situation where you get upset when you see a friend make the same mistakes over and over again, and they're upset with themselves, and then you're like, oh, but I know how to, I know something that will prevent them from it, and then they decide not to listen to you because they didn't listen to you, right? Like they didn't ask for your help, kind of thing. So you're sitting there helpless, saying like, oh, but I don't want them to, I can't watch this anymore. And meanwhile, that person is like beating themselves up and being upset, but they don't want to listen to you. And then you stop being friends. That's a possibility. Now, the difference here is recently, humans are complicated. Yeah. Recently, though, here's the big difference between me, my situation, and that particular situation that I painted. That person had that situation going. But the thing that they fail to understand is that, do I look upset? And am I asking for help? But do I look upset? There's a difference between someone who doesn't know they need help because they hate themselves. Like they're hurting themselves, right? I'm not like going through withdrawal or anything. Like if I made the same mistake, I tell myself like, okay, we'll catch the error on the next back around. Like, am I solving through them? That's not going to change the guilt or the feeling that they have, the urge that they want to correct someone that they care for. So the natural inclination is to not watch them, right? Not distance, boundaries. And that happens most of the time in like the way I stream my content. Actually, most of the time, the content I stream tends to put me in a place of incompetence. And the paradox here is, if I am competent about what I'm talking about and what I'm doing, doesn't that just mean I'm not learning anything? It means I'm practicing the thing. So like when I'm explaining how to beginner tips to Neverwinter, I'm practicing, I'm rehearsing things I already know. It doesn't enrich my learning process. So if I'm willing to talk about learning, I place myself in situations where I'm learning. So how does this relate to Duolingo, for example? I said this a bunch of times already. I don't learn the way Duolingo wants you to learn initially. Like, I had no idea what Duolingo does, like how they teach language and whatnot. And after like 100 days or so, I can definitely conclude that I don't learn that way anymore. I might have used to, like as a kid. It reminded me of how I learned English and stuff. However, I don't learn that way anymore. So what did I do? I tried to learn it that way. Only now, with my newfound experience, I try to combine the two. So that's what I did. And the product that I came up with was half me and half Duolingo. And the take-home message is that, well, if something provides for you, that's great. It doesn't have to define you, right? You have a tool. What are you going to use it? How are you going to use it? The tool does not define the user. And that's kind of my take on Duolingo. Like, yeah, it's like, what is the most common question that I get asked outside of, do I only use Duolingo and stuff? What are you doing right now? How do I know for sure that what I'm doing doesn't coincide with the social norms? The most common question I get when I am streaming things is either, why are you doing this? or what are you doing in the context of why aren't you doing the thing that the thing is designed to do, it's largely because I do more than that. Like, why does it take me 30 hours to play a 15-hour game? Well, half the time I'm doing something else that isn't just the game. I know that sounds a little condescending, the way I'm speaking about it, but I can't help but think, is wouldn't the explanation be that I'm doing something else that the game isn't doing, right? Like, why does it take you so long to do this? Why does it take you so long? Now, to others who think that they're dependent on everything, then that makes sense. Like, for example, if someone told you, buy my program, and it takes 30 days to learn X, Y, and Z, and it took you 60 days, and the first thought you tell me is it's a scam. Like, it's a scam. They said it would take me 30 days, but it took me 60 days. The first time, what I would ask immediately to myself is, wait, why is it different? Like, I wouldn't go straight to, oh, I got bamboozled because the product was supposed to guarantee something. My question was, did I even do the product exactly as instructed? Like, what was it exact or not? Right? And then I'd evaluate if it's like, okay, all right, yeah, this product didn't deliver. I understand that that's excusing people who offer you promises and stuff. That's also a reason why I don't buy into the products immediately based on promises and time expectations. I learn a little bit about the person, the history of the product, all the people who uses the product, and then I make a decision to invest or not. Because I'm investing in humans. Humans are the most complicated part of everything you interact with, in my opinion, until we find other life forms, I suppose. So I dedicate most of my time to understanding humans. Right? And how do you do that when you're playing video games? I guess Twitch is a way. Alternatively, I could write a blog or something, but let's just say I consider that a perspective, alright. You may not be doing things in the most optimal or most effective way possible, but you're doing it graciously in your own way, and you are helping people along the way. Not everyone will understand my perspective. Exactly. And that's perfectly alright. I actually quite like to hear people who don't agree with my perspective, because then they can educate me on how I can see and observe other people who would disagree with me. So for the efficacy thing, right, how I was ready to answer the efficacy and efficiency thing is largely because I get that question a lot. And then I asked them, how would they do it? Like, how are they doing it? And they offer me lots of alternatives, right? Using like a form of comprehensible input and whatnot. I certainly am throwing around buzzwords the way they are throwing around buzzwords. My disclaimer is these are the things that are told to me. So it is only as strong and powerful as if I invested time in it in response, and they were able to invest time in me, which usually amounts to not really. So my understanding of how comprehensible input works, or the theories and whatnot behind immersion and all that, it's tenuous at best. On the other hand, if I succeed, I wouldn't be surprised if I ended up doing a lot of things that other people do, and that makes me smile, because it means that even in my incompetence and my ignorance, I was able to problem solve in a manner that it was rewarding to me. It was a journey to me. And other people are already doing it because experts are showing it. That's awesome. That is a confirmation. It's a literal empirical confirmation, anecdotally speaking. So, since I'm not obligated to be efficient, I have the opportunity to discover if all the things people have been telling me so far, like, oh, you do this, you do that, you do flashcards, you mix with immersion, if all that is true or not. And for me, right? And then in the future, I'd be like, oh yeah, you're right. I also did all of these other things, if that interests you, right? That's pretty neat, in my opinion. It's a social experiment, right? How do you encourage, for example, one thing I would say here, how do you encourage someone to use something other than Duolingo, right? Do you tell them right away that you stop using Duolingo 1 week into it and then you used Wanikani? Sorry, Wanikani. I actually really quite like Wanikani. How true or how deceptive is it that when you make a comment, this is a true story, by the way, a vast majority of people tell me to do certain things or to do things a certain way, and my first question I ask them is, can you tell me about your experience with the product that you're trying to get me to stop using first, right? Because this is a comparison after all. So what is your experience with the current product? And they said like, oh, I don't know. I used it for like 3 hours and got bored. I'm like, oh, okay. So, and then I didn't follow up. I figured they might find that revealing enough to demonstrate how germane their advice is if they can't possibly even empathize with me, right? So I give advice and experiences based on the person's experience, not a projection of your own, unless someone asks you, right? Yeah, we can do Battlegrounds later. First, I'm about to be done. This is the last task for this character, which I still have an incredibly hard time pathing without thinking about this. Where are we going? 11. Thanks on 11. Need a new collar. Dang it. They're excellent challenges. I think Dong has a very excellent point though. And I don't tell people that Duolingo is efficient. I think even not having used Anki, not having used Wanikani, there is a significant enough consistency among people's advice that would suggest, even without, I would be very comfortable in saying that I've encountered 16 people that said Duolingo is not efficient. I didn't say efficacious, efficient. So, there's enough to validate specific concerns. Unfortunately, lots of those people don't stay long enough to understand why I continue to use Duolingo, because they're not interested in that. Just like they're not interested in anything but efficiency. When you sell a product, in my opinion, you're more likely successful if you understand the person you're selling it to. Much like if you're going to buy a product, you may want to also understand the seller, right? Not that you build your entire decision making around that. It's part of the decision making. So when someone says, oh yeah, this person is clearly evil, like, oh, well, let's step back. What do the person think they're doing? And that's kind of the humanizing part. Why do I choose to stream Neverwinter? Someone. Oh yeah, here's a Neverwinter one. Let's make it about Neverwinter. Someone dropped in and say, dude, why aren't you even using the proper rotations for your class? I'm like, well, you know, sometimes I don't like using the same rotation that everyone else is using. But you're not gonna get maximum effectiveness from this. Like, that's fine. They never ask me why. They just tell me what it is, and I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I understand. It isn't, and it frustrates them. In my opinion, it does frustrate them. I'm sorry if this frustrates you. There are, and then I would direct them to like another streamer who like is focused on like min-maxing and stuff. I make these disclosures and stuff at the beginning of everything, where like, I'm sorry, this is not a stream that is predicated on min-maxing or some max tech or something. This is a stream based on habitual live service conversations and whatnot. We talk about a lot of things, and they all come back to Neverwinter for one way or another. And that's kind of the way we roll here, right? That's kind of as far as it gets. You know, someone comes in and is like, dude, you're not even doing master insert X dungeon. It's like, okay, yeah, because I don't prioritize that. Like, but then you're not experiencing the whole game. It's like, oh, okay, well then I'm not experiencing the whole game. It's like, then why do you even play this game if not for to get the best gear? Do you want me to explain? It's kind of a long, kind of a 30-minute spiel. That's, I don't actually say that. I actually start explaining and then the person's gone already. Like 5 minutes into it, I'm waiting for like a response, like, so how do you know, what are your motivations? I explain my motivations, and then I ask what are their motivations, and they don't respond, so I assume they just already left. They set their bit. Yeah. And that doesn't hurt my feelings because I already know they're not invested already, right? People can't hurt your feelings or your pride, in my opinion, if they haven't gotten your respect or loyalty yet, right? I think the most hurtful thing, the things that hurt the most to people who are incredibly secure are the people closest to them. Betrayal and like depression and chronic and loss comes from people you care about, not from people who don't care about you and you haven't established a basis to care about them, right? So I think it pales in comparison. You're kind of nodding off, so before I do, oh yeah, it's really late. Thank you for the company. Just want to say again, it was a pleasure meeting you. Yeah, it was a pleasure meeting you too. Feel free. There's a person that I really wish that you could have met. Her name is Cozy, but she didn't show up today. But she's from Ireland. She has a lot of fun things. She's very passionate about being Irish too. So, maybe another time once in a blue moon. I wish you the best. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with everything. Fall asleep. Okay, fair enough. I'm almost done here. So hopefully you get to rest. Where are we going? Am I 16? Where are we going next? Maybe we're going down here. Yeah, Cozy is a very she's very friendly. She's also I think she's very direct. Very, very direct. Good company. Language learner. Fellow language learner. She's learning Spanish and then Swedish because she wants to exchange dialogue with her Swedish friend, and She's also learning aside a little bit of Japanese because she wants to hang out and do some Japanese. Very interested in helping people. Just to clarify, since you love clarifying, I'm not falling asleep out of boredom. I'm just enjoying the vibes of streaming your presence. Oh yeah, no worries. I am very, very, I understand. Thank you. It is also very late for you, like very late. I know you said night owl, but it's owls owls are still not great with sunlight, and I think the sun is about to come up soon for you. Yeah, if you not only already see, yeah, you should be seeing like the horizon become bluish soon, if not already. So I sleep around when you sleep too. So like in another 6 hours, I will be sleeping as well. So I see the sunrise and like the horizon light up in blue before I go to bed. So I totally understand how that works out, at least vicariously. Hopefully you go out for walks and stuff, you know, get a little of that sun. I go out for runs in the middle of the day. So around like 1 to 2 a.m. I go out for a run. We usually do like a mix of, some days are distance runs, some days are speed runs. I guess we're gonna try this. Okay. Oh, this one's doable. Ah, yeah, this one's 2-person doable. Minor. The minor is fine. Still pretty generous scaling. And try. Hopefully, yeah. Definitely keep trying, you know. Sleep hygiene. Can't underestimate how much value you get out of sleep hygiene. And let's not get started about food. That's gonna be like another 6 hours discussion about food. You gotta get interested on the things that you have to do, you know. Sleep, you gotta have to do it. And then eating, gotta have to do that. This might get a little bit sus, but bathroom hygiene, that can go a long way too. I'm not insisting that people have poor hygiene, but if you can squeeze, you know, if you can squeeze a little bit of value here and there, it goes a long way, since you have to do it every day, right? The Norwegian friend or person that I talk to a lot, Sub-Zero, we've become very accustomed to having discussions about like life stuff, and there was a discussion about putting a grocery store location in between you and home, like between work, you and home, and making it so that it's so it makes it a convenience to stop by the grocer. So then you get into this like habit formation of buying groceries on the way home, right? And I talk about that because some of my colleagues back in the day, like, they didn't want to buy groceries to like save money or to get, like cook meals and whatnot. But if somehow you can jerry rig and place something inconvenience, it can go a long way to encouraging yourself to doing so. My parents do this all the time. In fact, their favorite thing to do, which is very stereotypical nowadays, they want to, their weekly trip to Costco is like a thing for them. So like every Sunday they would probably do a weekly trip to Costco, and it's like an adventure, as opposed to like something like, ugh, it's groceries, not interesting, that kind of thing. Learning is for me for that. The best part of my day is when I have to learn something, as opposed to you know, ugh, I hate school kind of thing. Learning is definitely the best part of the day. Easily. Getting to chat with people while learning, like, what more can you ask for? Obviously, some people, when it's not for everyone, because some people find that it's very negative when you get distracted from your true purpose, or like your intended purpose, which I totally understand. Luckily, my purpose is to be distracted. Oh boy. Especially Neverwinter. I think this will give me 40, right? Oh no, this is a minor. We have to do another one. Just the two of us. Oh, actually 3 of us. It's the 3 of us. We can make it if we try. Just the 3 of us. And I failed to interact with that thing. That whirlwind is pretty toxic. Alright. And then we'll do loot box opening. I think I picked up a couple of loot boxes, so we'll see how good our Oh, we picked up a copy of that. 1 ring. Jeez. I have to admit, traversing this place is like terrible. What happens if I just do this? Does that take me? Oh, okay. Oh, there is a campfire in here. That's awkward. I didn't even notice that there was a campfire. The big thing in the middle of the crow's nest is a campfire. Best observation skills, NA. I wonder if kids still do that these days, where they put like the the region that they play in with the skills, like, you know, top streamer NA. To be like ironic, not to be like a flex, but more to be ironic. Oh, I see my two peeps. Oh no, it's just one. Kidding. That's an illusion. Is there... Oh, region are we? 16? Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find any other person, my friends. I'm gonna have to go somewhere else. 11. That doesn't help. Guess we're gonna leave our companion behind. Stranger danger. Let's follow this guy. I feel like this guy knows where he's going. Yes. Success. Ah. Ugh. All right. What a perfect time. We're wrapping it up. This is a wrap for today. And we'll be back to our language learning until next Monday. So, as a quick clarification, right? We have a lot of time to cover over the usual thing. I think the heroic encounters are kind of generous. The layout is interesting. I really like the crow's nest as well. So, that's really nice. The music is lovely. The ambient music is wonderful. And the battle music is quite nice so far. And then we'll see what the dungeon music is like. Maybe it's different. I think the dailies are a little bit underwhelming right now. Having two repeatables going back and forth. But the crow's nest is pretty prime located in the middle. So that's kind of nice. Campfires are generous in case you fall off. I like this environment quite a lot because I like floating little pillar things. Pretty excellent. Sorry, I did not encounter any bugs. There were no heroic encounter bugs, for example. No one complaining about heroic encounter bugs. Excellent, right? That's something, also a thing. I do see a little bit of visual bug here, but that's picky. Things are business as usual. It looks like they preserved most of the quest line. I feel like the quest line is the same. But it's a revisit, right? The historians set up for the revisit feeling. Not bad. I think very classic first week. Nothing really to quote unquote like complain, right? I think this might be a visual bug though. This part is a visual bug. So between characters is a visual bug. So when you claim something, I get that they're making the object disappear. However, or at least I think they're trying to do that. However, subsequent characters that complete it, it still disappeared. Like it's not claimed yet. There is a green button down here, so that might be a visual bug. These might be a most like little things are visual bugs, but not quest bugs or anything like that. So that's pretty excellent. But oh, you're that guy. Yeah, neat. Thank you. I'll take that under advisement. Let's see. What else can we say? So the quest line is fine. We have activities, heroic encounters, dungeon next week. Also, you don't have to stay, Felipe. You can go anywhere you want it on the internet. So, before greeting, maybe you might want to work on your interpersonal communication skills. So, hopefully, wherever you go, you don't accidentally say something to the inappropriate person and get a reflection of instant karma. Good luck, though. Know that comments like that seems like a lack of interpersonal communication skills. Okay. Let's see. It's a wrap for today. Pretty average. I think they kept the standards. I love the Crow's Nest, so I might actually give it. It's a 6 out of 10 experience for week 1 of module 30. We'll find out about the meats and bones regarding the dungeon aspect. The pathing is as one expects. The heroic encounters are kind of tough. However, you could kind of see you can start from left, like west, all the way to east. And then you might have enough downtime to get back. So, nothing too difficult. Yeah. So, that's pretty solid. Nothing alright. 6 out of 10. Solid 6 out of 10. I think it's a solid 6 out of 10 because music, I really like their take on the music. It didn't end up being like a jungle vibe with like heavy drums or something like that, like something from Cholt, right? Like Omu and Omu places, like tribal kind of thing. It ended up being like a piano, like rain, ambient, animal sounds and whatnot. It's quite nice. I might have heard some water. Oh, it's lovely. All right, I'll be back next Monday. This is going to be a new thing, I suppose. We're taking a bye day from language learning. So 6 days out of the 7 days language learning. So hopefully I don't give most people the impression that I played Neverwinter as a form of content. It's more like I play Neverwinter as a form of coverage and meditatory live skills. Yeah, good night. Good night, Charms. Good night. Yeah, we had great discussion. It went, we managed to squeeze 3 hours more with great different discussions about personal skills, skill development, education, all the full 9 yards, characteristic of using Neverwinter as a conversation platform. And then of course the late incredibly asinine comment regarding my facial hair, which is fair enough. And yeah, to top it all off, typical experience, right? All right, 6 out of 10. Gonna catch everyone. I'll be back next Monday. Monday will be the reset day for these things, right? So every Monday is Neverwinter stream day, and then all the other days I'll be learning Japanese again. All right. Until next time, stay safe, people. Stay healthy. Work on sustainable, healthy habits, right? Atomic habits, if you will. And I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.